あ、あ、 a fake. Tell us something only the real Mono Monet would know. I have not shaved my armpits in 2 weeks. She really is European now. Is my stream choppy for you guys, or is it okay? Is it choppy? No? Oh, okay, there we go. It like told me to change the fit rate, so I changed it. Yippee! Oh, why do I have dropped frames? Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Alright, fuck it, we bought anyway. Who cares? Whatever. Hello. 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 Bonjour. Buongiorno. I don't know what hello is in Egyptian, sorry. Hello, Habibis! Bonjour, Habibis! Hello! I'm sorry if my stream is a little choppy, sorry. I can't control anything, sorry. I think it's okay though. It looks like it has like some hiccups here and there. My vocals are a little quiet. Oh, you're right. How's this? Is this better? I turned up my volume. Okay, cool. Okay, cool. Sorry, it's been... Aside from the Minecraft stream the other day, it's been a while since I did this, so you know, it's a lot of buttons, you know. Do you like my French music? Do you like my very French music? It's been 4 weeks, dude. It really does feel like it's been 4 weeks. When was my last stream? Like September 2nd? That's crazy. Has it really been 4 weeks? It's been about 3 weeks. That's crazy. How did I find it? Did I just search French music? I went on Dova syndrome and I looked up France. And I found it. In the end, the 3 weeks were real. I'm sorry, it wasn't meant to be 3 weeks. But then... And then I got an Egyptian worm. It's probably not a worm, but I don't know. Whatever I got in my guts has been killing me. But I took some medicine today, so it's been okay. It's been okay. I missed you guys. I missed you. I got the curse of Ra. I missed you guys. I am feeling a little better, yeah. Did I see any mimes or someone playing the accordion? Not in Paris, but I did in Rome. Sorry, I'm drinking a lot of water right now. I've been awake since like 4 in the morning almost every day this week. Cause I'm awake at like crazy European hours now. Sorry, who are you again? Didn't hear the introduction. Oh, you're right. Hello! My name is Claude Monet. Before me night, second generation. Line. You could be funky retro cutie, Claude Monet. Thank you so much, everybody, for the resubscriptions and the new subscriptions. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Can I desu more Frenchly? Desu. Mono Monet, desu. I don't know. Wow, it's nice to be back. Honestly, it's nice to be back, and it's nice to not feel like shit today. I've just been like stuck in bed for the last while, and oh my god, it sucks. It sucks. My stomach is not 100%, so there's like a high chance I'm gonna have to take a potty break multiple times during this stream. But you know, we'll get there when we get there. But I do at least have medicine now, so that's something. How did the cats react when I was back? The same way they react every time I come back from being away. Like they... oh yeah, all over the video. They like... looked at me, kind of like, what the fuck, who are you? They looked at me like, the fuck? Who's this bitch? Like, damn. Who's this girl? Did they behave? Yes, aside from my old lady cat peeing everywhere. But yeah, they behaved. Sorry, I've been awake since 4 in the morning. So like I've had a whole day already. It's kind of strange. I'm still kind of jet lagged, and like everything is still on like European time for me. You know, like my schedule is like all flipped upside down because the time difference from here to Europe was 8 hours. So it'd be like 10 p.m. over there right now. Yeah. I know this is the earliest I've woken up in years. Yeah. It'd be like 10 p.m. over there. So like I was getting ready for bed around this time, you know? To Egypt, maybe 9 hours. I think it was the same. Oh, 11? Oh, okay. Well, JK, maybe. To be honest, like it was such chaos that like after a while I just kind of stopped paying attention to the time difference, right? Hi. Oh my god. I have so much to tell you guys. I have so many stories to tell you, so many pictures to show you, so much stuff to show you and tell you. I miss you guys. Check the time. I was looking around. She's oh cute. Thank you. Thank you. A multi-parter. It might be a multi-part stream. So anyway, I guess I should start by saying I, Mono Monet, have just returned from a crazy 2.5-ish week trip to multiple countries in the world. Finally, the trip that my family had been planning for over a year finally came to an end. It really was a grand adventure. It really was a bizarre adventure. I really do feel like Miss Worldwide now. Dale. So I went to the UK, specifically London. I went to France, specifically Paris, Paris, and Giverny. And then I went to Rome in Italy. And then, remember how I told you guys that there was a surprise city? Like, the entire time we were planning this, my family, like my mom and my stepdad had like a surprise destination at the end. And it ended up being Cairo, Egypt. Which is fucking crazy. I don't think any of us expected Egypt, honestly. I thought it was gonna be Greece. Honestly, I thought it was gonna be Greece. I thought we were going to Athens or something. I thought it was gonna be Greece. But it was Egypt. I know, it was such a plot twist. I know. We thought it was a random place too. One of the European countries of all time. I know, no Spain. No Spain. I really wanted to go to the Greece though. I'm sad. I'm sad because like now I gotta figure out a way to like make it to Greece sometime in my life, you know? Anyway. God, I don't even know where to start. Surprised you all didn't want to go to Germany. I wanted to. I went to Spain without the S. God, did I? God, did I? Mono in a toga, Mono in like a little Egyptian outfit. I thought it was funny that like Egyptian cat girls were like trending on social media while I was gone, while I was in Egypt. Oh, gosh, I really don't know where to start. I have so many pictures, but I guess I'll just start from the beginning. For this beautiful explanation, I have prepared a wonderful method. Ta-da! I have prepared a wonderful method of telling you some of these stories. Yippee! So, let me explain to you the let me explain to you the family cast. The cast, right? So it's my mom. She's got a very like mom haircut lately. I I I was kind of laughing at the entire time because like I would try and like pick her out from a crowd, but she looked like every mom ever. She looked and she dresses and her hair is like the same as every fucking mom. Does she have Karen hair? Kinda. She doesn't have the bangs. She has thick eyebrows. She has them tattooed on because she's self-conscious about the fact that like her hair thinned out and she doesn't have eyebrows. So she got like tattooed on eyebrows. And I mean, they look pretty natural, but we still make fun of her because she has tattooed on eyebrows. And we're like, Mom, I thought you hated tattoos. And she's like, it's not the same. It's not a tattoo. It's permanent makeup. And we're like, no, Mom, they're tattooed on. We're like, they're tattooed on. Anyway. This is Mama Monet, right? They don't look like chola eyebrows. They don't look like chola eyebrows. Like, they look fine. If you look at them, you like your first thought wouldn't be that they're like, you know, like tattooed on, right? I know because she's my mom. Anyway. This is my mom. She likes to wear little frilly tops like this, right? My mom and I kind of have like a similar style. She was wearing a lot of pants, right? Okay, maybe this is way more detailed. This is way more detailed than I needed. Anyway, so this is my mom, right? And then, her husband. Who's got like, you know, the typical facial hair. Got bushy eyebrows. And I swear to God, so he likes to wear baseball caps. He always wears a baseball cap, right? And I swear to God, he showed up with a red baseball cap and I almost had a heart attack. Like, I swear to God, I was almost like, we are not doing this on vacation. It was not the hat I thought it was. It was not what I thought I was, but I almost had a fucking heart attack at the airport when I saw them. I was like, no fucking way, we are not doing this on vacation. Anyway, this is him. He likes to wear like soccer jerseys from other countries and shorts, and he's got the Birks. Very dadcore. Right. It ended up being that his hat just said Morocco. And it had a star on it, but like... No, it's not socks and sandals. No, just socks without sandals. He just had his toes out. And then... there's my stepdad's son. Did he wear glasses? I don't remember. Kind of scraggly, scrawny looking nerd. I kind of look like him. Bro, I just spent 2 weeks with this entire family and I don't even remember what he looked like. I think he had facial hair. I don't remember. And he was wearing a Naruto shirt. I remember he asked me who my favorite Naruto character was. And I was just like, I was like, the one with the dogs, I think? He's not, from what I know, well, he says he's not a weeb. But he had a One Piece, was there a One Piece shirt? No. He had a Naruto shirt, he had a Yu-Gi-Oh shirt, and he had a Cowboy Bebop shirt. And he was always just wearing, like, basketball shorts. And then... Hold on, I gotta move them all. And then, my sister... Oh, why did my brush get smaller? Come on. My sister, she has a little nose piercing. She's got very, like, edgy hair right now. She looks so smug. She is smug. She's got big boobs. I don't know where, like, because my mom has very modest, like, small boobs. And my mom does not have a big butt. But my sister has huge boobs and no butt. I was actually making fun of my sister the entire trip. I was calling her a chicken butt. She has no butt. She has, like, you ever see that picture of, like, is it like Hank Hill naked and he has like no butt cheeks? It's like flat as fuck. Like, I kept calling her a chicken butt the entire time. She's got no butt. Yeah, I kept calling her Nalgas de Pollo the whole time. And we'd be like roasting each other. I'd be like, shut up, chicken butt, fucking ass, like Nalgas de Pollo looking ass. Like... Anyway, that's my sister. She's got a lot of tattoos on her arms, right? And then my sister's husband, very tall guy, very tall, big, scary looking dude. He's got like the the fucking like Mexican dad mustache. He's like 40 now, so he's got his ears and there's like he's got the stretched ears. He's got like the thick eyebrows and dude looks mean. We kept making fun of him the entire trip because he looks mean as fuck. Like he looks like he would fuck you up. He's tall, but I need more canvas space. So he's like 6 foot tall, I think. And he always wears like baseball caps too. And he has like a hipster boy mullet, right? Yeah. My sister's husband. He's also covered in tattoos. Or usually wearing some sort of like band t-shirt, right? And like camo. For some reason, he only packed a bunch of like slutty short shorts through the trip, so he always had his legs out. He's got a bunch of tattoos, right? Yeah. And then... there's me! There's me! Who, even though I got my hair cut, like, the day before the trip, my bangs were still too long. So I still was looking like a fucking wet dog anyway. Got my glasses. Oh, I think he wears glasses too. I don't remember. This is me. Yippee! Yippee! You can tell it's me because I got big boobs and big butt. They can tell it's me. So this is the cast of the trip. This is the cast of the family trip. My mom, her husband, my sister and her husband, my mom's husband's son, and me. Here's some graphs of the dynamic, right? Obviously, these two are in love. They live together. They live together in Arizona, right? These two are in love. They live together, like about 30 minutes, 20 minutes away from me. Like a 30-minute drive from me, right? So, we are family. We are blood family. And so, my mom, my sister, and I were very close, right? We've been very close for a long time. For a long time, it's just been my mom, my sister, and I, right? My sister's husband and me, like... He's like my fucked up older brother that sometimes I don't like, but he's chill. He's like... I think he's just the kind of person that he bullies me like if I was really a little sister, right? So sometimes he's an asshole to me. So we're like family-in-law, right? My mom's husband, I'm kind of like, he's fine, I guess. He gives me money sometimes. He doesn't really like talk to me that much. Right? Sounds like he stepped up this trip though. Yeah, honestly, okay, I gotta say it now. My sister's husband, easily the VIP of this trip. Easily the VIP of this trip. He was nice to everybody. He was there for everybody. When my mom started crying, there's a lot of family drama. I talked about it on my Twitter space. He was there for my mom. He was always buying my mom gifts, right? Like, when I was in pain... Oh, the MVP. Yeah, whatever. Yeah, the MVP. He was the MVP. When I was having panic attacks in the rain because my feet were hurting and I was in the rain and I was just like having panic attacks from being in crowds, he was like the only one that noticed, and like he made sure that I was okay and that I went to a place to dry off and take a break, right? Like, he was there for everybody, right? So my sister's husband was the MVP this trip. That guy deserves an award. He was very good. I know I've complained about him before, but he was a very good person this whole trip. There's my no, the yellow arrow is not pissed. There's my mom's husband, which like this is my second stepdad at this point, so like, you know, anybody who's had stepdads before kind of knows like the dynamic, right? Like, it's fine, you know, it's okay. Oh yeah, they're family. These two are family. They're blood related family. It's his son from another... Not marriage. It's his son from another relationship, but I don't think they ever got married. These two... What's the term for like the opposite of the MVP? What's the term for like the opposite of the MVP? Like the one that was like an asshole the whole trip. This is the LVP. And then his son was kind of just there. I don't know. We barely talked to him. We barely talked to him. We tried. I don't know if I want to get too much into the family drama on this stream. I guess I'll probably have to talk about it a little bit. But if you listen to my space, my Twitter space from this morning, I explained it in like more detail. But yeah, so that's the cast. All right, that's the cast. I don't really talk to them. Like, I don't really talk to my stepdad that much. And I absolutely never talk to this guy. Like, I think all of us talk to him maybe once a year, you know, for like Christmas or Thanksgiving, if even, maybe not even. It's very rare that we even see this guy, right? But anyway, this was the cast, right? The cast of the family. So me, my sister, and her husband, and the son, because he lives in another state. He took a train down to our city, stayed with my sister and her husband for a night, and then the four of us took a plane together to Arizona. And then from there on, my mom and her husband were waiting at the airport, and then we took a plane to London. I gotta say, British Airways, I don't recommend it. If you ever think about flying British Airways, it's ass. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's ass. It fucking sucks. It fucking sucks. It was so uncomfortable. It was like one of those things where like... So here's the plane, right? Hold on. Here's the plane. This is the plane. This is the plane, right? So you get in through here, right? You walk in through here. And here, right? A gorgeous first class. It's one of those where like, you know, every first class is like, you know, you have like a screen and you have like a desk and there's a light and you have like your own little like smartphone. And then you have this like super crazy seat that turns into a bed. And you get this whole little cubicle, right? So you pass through the beautiful first class, you know, and like it's all the rich old people looking at you, you know, as you're like passing through all fucking busted up looking from already being on one flight, right? And then you go through and you're like, wow, okay, well that must be first class. So I guess the rest of it is like, you know, the economy class. Like, I guess the rest of the plane is, you know, probably where we're gonna be sitting, right? So you go on. It turns out that British Airways has, like, 4 different classes. They have, like, first class, World Club or something like that. World Club Plus. I don't know, some bullshit like that, right? And so, after first class, they've got these, like, nice, big, cushiony seats, you know? Super nice seats and everything, and I'm like, wow, awesome, you know, like, this is gonna be such a comfy flight. Like, it's an international plane, so it's gonna be really nice, really comfy, right? Keep walking, and I'm like, that's okay, right? Then there's more seats, slightly less cushiony, but still pretty comfortable looking. You know, they still got like that little like, you know, that little like kind of like leather kind of feel. They're pretty cushiony seats, you know. They have little, you get little like headphones so you can watch the little movies on the TV screen, right? And I'm like, wow, okay, this must be our seat then. Like, you know, this must be economy class, right? Nope. Keep walking towards my seat. And then at the very back, the rest of the plane is just fucking... Might as well be fucking, like, bus seats. Like, I might as well be in with the fucking luggage. It's just like basically fucking bus seats. They're all crowded as fuck. They're stiff as hell, and then it's like one of those things where like, you know, I'm like sitting on my seat, right? This is me. You can tell it's me because I have a big butt or big boobs and a big butt. This is me on my seat, right? I'm already pretty uncomfortable, right? And then it's one of those things where the person in front of me always fucking leans their seat back all the fucking way. God, I fucking hate when they do this. I fucking hate when they do this. I know, it's every single fucking flight. Every flight. I know, every single flight. At least ask her. I mean, what are they gonna do? Lean back and be like, hey, is it okay if I recline my seat? What if I say no? Nah, yeah, they're gonna, you know, of course they're gonna put their seat back, you know? Like, everybody's already uncomfortable, why not, right? So anyway, I was so sleep deprived on the flight there. I didn't like, I was a fucking fool, and I was like, ha ha ha, you know, haha, you know, I'm like, I don't need to sleep the night before because I'll just sleep on the plane. It's like 15 hours. It's fine. I'll just sleep on the plane. I did not sleep on the plane. I did not sleep on the plane. It did not happen. I did not sleep on the plane. And then, for some reason, British Airways had the beautiful, gorgeous idea of making the in-flight meal be like Indian paneer curry, very heavily spiced. I had an aisle seat. I had an aisle seat both ways. But anyway, they start serving dinner, right? And they're serving like spicy paneer Indian curry. And I'm just like, I look at my sister and I'm just like, this plane is about to fucking stink in like an hour or less. And I told her, like, if you need to go, if you need to use the restroom, you better go now because in about 30 minutes, there's gonna be a line. And sure enough, like 20-30 minutes, every single bathroom on the plane had like a line. Oh my god. And yeah, sure enough, it started smelling like fucking curry farts. So, that was that was the experience for 10 hours. Somehow I didn't need to use the bathroom once on that entire 10-hour flight. Somehow I was okay. I don't know how I survived somehow. I needed to go the moment I stepped off, right? I hate using airplane bathrooms though, because it's like, I hate that, like, having to do the fucking shuffle through the aisles, right? To get to the bathroom. And because I was on the aisle. Oh my god, yeah, the flush jump scares you too. Because I was in the aisle, right? I was like sitting like this, right? This is my seat back, right? I've got my arms like this, you know, slightly. You know, just chilling slightly, you know, like sticking out, right? And the fucking... Here's the other person, right? Like sitting right here. And the other person is like chilling there, right? In the little, like, hallway, I guess? Whatever you would call it in between us, right? This is This is the stewardess, right? That's the stewardess. And I swear to fucking God, every single fucking time the stewardess would walk by, I'd be like, pow! Just like fucking body slamming me, and they'd go back, pow! And then go back, and pow! And go back, and oh my God, I was getting fucking body slammed every single time. Just like, pow! So, you know, fuck me, I guess. Anyway, I watched, I got to watch some anime on the plane. I mentioned it on Discord and on Twitter, but I started watching Karekano. It's like a romance comedy directed by Hideaki Anno, the same director as Evangelion. It's from the 90s. I believe he did this show like only a couple years after Evangelion. It might have been like what he did directly after Eva. Very, very good show. I really, really recommend it. I really, really recommend it. But anyway, I was watching it and you know, I was hoping that I'd be able to, you know how you can usually regularly use your laptop on a plane, right? It's no big deal, right? You put it on a little tray. You're chilling, right? You're chilling. Normally that's how you're able to use a laptop on the plane, right? These seats are so fucking packed. I swear to God. It was more like, so this is the fucking person in front of me reclining like shit, right? This is me. Very uncomfortable on my seat. And I had to make my fucking laptop like this, because this is the only way. And I was all cramped up holding on to it. And I just had to like, you know, to fucking just like, had it like leaned up on me basically. It was like on top of me. It was the only way I could watch anything. And my laptop is small too. So that's how I watched like, I don't know, like 5 episodes of it. It was still pretty good. Anyway. Oops, I didn't mean to close it. Ready? Airplanes have reclining chairs so you can fall asleep, I guess. I don't know. Anyway. Let me set up the pictures for, hold on. Hold on, I'm pulling up my pictures now. So, the pictures you're about to get are a combination of phone pictures, digital camera pictures. They're a little kind of all over the place. Hi! They're a little all over the place. But that's okay. That's okay. Oh my god, my background is really loud here. Hold on. Wait, no, we need French music here too. Hold on. There we go. There we go, there we go. This is the first thing I see when I arrived to London, I got so excited. The very first thing I saw. Why does my background look like this? What the fuck? There we go. I know, my camera's date isn't set. It is set. It was September 6th, but it's on 2011. Sorry. The date is a little wrong. Sorry. I didn't fix it, so all of my pictures are labeled like this. Sorry. So that was the very first picture I had. Come on. Right after we got to the hotel, it was actually really exhausting because like we were all in a plane for what, like fucking 15 hours? And then my family was like, all right, you got 30 minutes to get to your hotel. Or 30 minutes, like we got to the hotel, right? And by the way, our hotel was a shithole. If you can help it, do not stay at the, what was it called? The Royal National Hotel in the UK. It was kind of a shithole. Like, I'm not gonna lie. It had free breakfast, which is nice, but like, the beds were stiff as fuck. There is no air conditioning or no fan. No nothing, right? And it was humid as fuck over there. Oh my god, it was so hot in London. And then, the tub, straight up, like, the tub in the bathroom, we, like, me and my sister had to, like, climb into it. It was super tall. Like, she actually straight up, like, every time I took a shower, she had to be like, alright, you know, I'll help you get out of the shower. Cause, like, the tub was so high off the ground that, like, and we were so short that, like, we had to climb out of it. And if we weren't careful, we would have beefed it and, like, broken something, right? Yeah, it was. I do not recommend it. It was not a good hotel. It was kind of a shithole. I was surprised, right? Because, like, on the outside, it looked kind of nice, right? Yeah, no stubby stool or anything. It was just like, it was like worse than like. It was like, I don't know, man. It was like worse than a fucking Motel 6. Like, it was bad, you know? It was bad. Don't ever stay at one of those. Anyway, so after the flight, it was like, alright, 30 minutes to fix your hair, brush your teeth, do your makeup again if you want to, or change clothes, whatever you want, right? And then we're off, right? We're off. I was so exhausted. I hadn't slept at all. Yeah, they do have separate faucets for hot and cold water. Yeah. I was so exhausted. I hadn't slept at all. You know, I hadn't slept at all. And because of all the stress of packing and everything, right? Like the 2 previous nights I hadn't slept at all. I didn't sleep at all on the plane, right? So we get there and I'm just like, please just 15 minutes to take a nap, please. And they're like, no nap. You know, get dressed and let's go. So so, you know, I'm all miserable already. You know, when we go around, right? Here's the Peacock Theater. Trying to check my phone pictures. I have a different folder for my phone pictures and a different folder for my camera ones. We went around. This is a Peacock Theater. I don't know, I just thought this building looked cool. Yeah, I don't think this is a famous building or anything like that. I guess where we were staying was considered the theater district. There's a lot of theaters in the area of London we were in. I don't know, I just thought this building was kind of cool. Nothing crazy or fancy about it, right? I just thought it was kind of nice. That's kind of it, you know? Here's another theater. I got to see the classic double-decker buses. There's one like passing by there, right? Just some kind of normal stuff. Some kind of cool buildings we were walking around. Some of the pictures came out kind of blurry, just have to deal with it. Oh, yeah, like this one. Like this one, oops. I didn't really organize my pictures, sorry. I just kind of threw them in here. I just kind of threw them in, sorry. Oh yeah, you can see a better picture there. Yeah. This is a tunnel near the Big Ben, I think? There was nothing special about this tunnel. I just thought it looked kind of sick. I don't know. It was kind of filthy. I'm not gonna lie, a lot of London was kind of filthy. Most of London was kind of filthy. That was kind of my first impression. I was like, wow, London's kind of a shithole. It's kind of filthy here. There's kind of like trash everywhere. Like, it's kind of disgusting here. But I mean, I guess, isn't that really what London is already known for? You know? Yeah, it is a very lived in place. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ultimately, it's what made me like London. Ultimately, it became something that I liked about the city. I liked the fact that it was a little dirty. I liked the fact that it was lived in. I liked the fact that it was a little dirty and rowdy and rough around the corners. I ended up kind of liking that. But at the beginning, yeah, I liked the grit. I liked, yeah, the rubbish. Yeah. I ended up liking it. But at the beginning, I was like, wow, this place is kind of a shithole. There's a street near the river. What do they call it? The river Toms? I don't know how to pronounce it. Thames? But it's like, you don't say Thames. You don't say Thames. Thames. Yeah, something like that. Cause like it's like written Thames, but you don't say the TH. Yeah. There's a better picture of it. There's a lot of cruises going on. They're pretty nice, not bad. Come on, I just realized I should probably look at some of my pictures a little closer. Hold on. Gotta make sure I'm not, like, doxing in any of these. Hold on. I want to warn you guys that I literally just took everything off of my SD card and I just fucking threw it. I just fucking threw it on here in a folder. So some of these pictures are shit and some of these are blurry. So I just grabbed them off of my SD card and I just fucking threw them in a folder. We're doing it live. It's okay. It's the real experience, you know. I'm showing you all my pictures, including the blurry ones. Anyway, there's a shot of the Ferris wheel. I think it's called the London Eye, and then you can see some of the buildings. You can see the Big Bang in the background, right? Very pretty. Honestly, London was very nice. It was a pretty place. Here's another shot. I like this one. I think this picture came out cute. Came out pretty. We were just walking around along the river. I remember we were so fucking hungry at this point. Like we were starving, and we were just like, can we find a place to eat? Like, can we eat somewhere, please, please? Like, unfortunately, it turns out that my mom and stepdad, who were the organizers of this trip, they don't really care about food when they travel. At least, I know my mom kinda does. But my stepdad, like, might as well be like a, you know, eat McDonald's in a foreign country kind of dude, right? Like, he does not give a fuck. So, I was very heartbroken when, you know, when, like, food was, like, not really a priority, right? I learned that pretty early on in the trip, right? Like, they are not foodies. Very sad. Very sad. So, the very first thing we did is we walked into a... Oh, here's another shot. Go. Oh yeah, there's Uber Bolt. I thought that was really funny. They have Uber Bolt over there. And take an Uber Bolt. I didn't go on the London Eye because I don't think it was actually on or open the entire time I was there. There's a very blurry picture of the Big Bang. Oh, there's a not blurry picture of it. The Big Ben was very nice. We first walked around this entire area like at night. So honestly, we couldn't see shit. Me and my sister were kind of pissed because like we were walking around this, and then what's it called? Trafalgar Square? I think it's like where a lot of the it's like where a lot of like the big government buildings are, and there's a lot of like nice buildings and stuff like that. We couldn't see shit because it was dark as fuck. And so we were just like, what's the point, you know? Did I try Nando's? No, I did not. I did not try Nando's. I'm sorry. But they have Nando's in the US, so it's fine. Oh yeah, the moon was really creepy. The moon was real spooky. We were all oh my god, it was like the first night of the trip, and we were all at each other's throats already. And then I noticed that the moon was like, it was like a fucking bloodborne moon. And so I was like, oh, it makes sense why we're all it makes sense why we're all fucking like being evil to each other, right? Because like we were already like, everybody was so tired and stressed. Like I think it was like the first day, and I was already crying. I was so tired. Keep in mind, after the plane ride, right? We walked like 20 miles this day. 20 non-stop miles this day. And because my stepdad doesn't know how to use the bus, we just walked everywhere. He was like too stubborn to like go on the bus and figure it out, right? Anyway, that's the moon, right? Did I take a double-decker bus? Yeah, I did eventually. So here's the thing though. I took a bus, like, and I rode the tube like the first day, right? But then there was a strike while we were there. So the rest of the trip there was a strike going on, which meant that there was no tube service, there was no bus service most of the time. It was fucking miserable. It was absolutely fucking miserable. Oh yeah, here's a... I don't know what these things are called, but these are all over These are all over London. They were just like weird, fuzzy, decorated like bikes. Like weird little bike cars. You could like ride in them and they would play music all loud and they would have like neon signs and everything. They were like for tourists. I thought this one was kind of cute. I don't know, they were everywhere. Tuk-tuks? I don't know. I only know them as pulmonillas because that's what they're called in Mazatlan, where I come from. But they were like little, like, I don't know. They were kind of cute though. Yeah, they're like little rickshaws. Yeah. Here's another Big Bang. I don't know what this was supposed to be. I think this might have been a picture that got taken inside of my purse. Oh, here's when we finally went somewhere to drink. This picture didn't come out very good. I got the warmest fucking beer in existence, right? This was the first beer I had in the UK, and we show up at this pub right in front of the Big Ben. We're like, oh, you know, cute Europe or cute British pub, right? And I had heard rumors that like they served beer warm in Europe. But when I asked you guys were like, no, they serve them cold. Like, you know. So we show up at this restaurant and they're like, oh, we're out of ice. So I'm like, oh, it's okay. Surely their beer is still cold. You know, surely they've still had it in the fridge or something. I don't know. No! That shit was warm. That shit was warm as fuck. My mom got a Coke. It was also warm. Here's a shitty picture of our food. Here's my warm drink. There's not even any fucking condensation on the glass. It was so warm. We had... It was... I'm not gonna lie, it was okay fish and chips. It was like not the best fish and chips. This was my mom's. I ate like half of my mom's fish and chips because like I ordered. I wasn't that hungry. I was feeling. Well, I was hungry, but I was feeling kind of queasy, right? So I ordered some like chicken tenders because I didn't want that much food, and they gave me some fucking like halloumi cheese fries that were like cold as fuck. They weren't even warm. Like they weren't even hot. Like everything. Like my mom was like, "Oh, you know, this is pretty good," you know, and I was like, "Nah, dude. Like what I got is shit." Like, what I got is shit, you know? It was so bad. It was not good. So that was my first meal in the UK. You know, at that point, I was like, yeah, actually, they're right. People were right. The food here fucking sucks. So, my first night in the UK was like, you know, up until this point, I wasn't very, like, impressed, you know? Oh, sorry. Shot of the table, I guess. But finally we got home and I had the chance to explore a little bit. These pictures were all taken around midnight. Just around like the block where my hotel was. I desperately was like, I already can't stand the style in which my mom travels. I need to kind of like explore on my own a little bit. So I had a beer. I pushed through. I had a beer. A cold beer, mind you. I had a cold beer, which like, you know, fixed everything for me. Having a cold beer, I was like, everything is okay again. Everything is alright again, you know? And I just went around. This is like an apartment building that was around my hotel. I just kind of liked it. It was like weird and brutalist. I just kind of liked it. I don't know how to explain it. It was like kind of a strange brutalist apartment building. I don't know, it's nothing crazy. I just liked it. Some random pictures. Here's some random little shops. I liked how like crowded these shops were. Like the trash piled up outside, and then like in the windows there's just like product all the way up. I thought this kind of thing was cute. I thought this kind of thing was cute, right? After only seeing fancy stuff, like this was kind of the side of like the UK that I wanted to see, like the more normal side, right? Halal is food that is okay to eat in Muslim religion, I think. Because if I remember right, when you're Muslim, you can't eat certain foods. So halal are like foods that are okay to eat. Oh, in Islam. Yeah. Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's the Muslim version of kosher. Yeah. Here's a little shop that I thought was cute. It was like kind of like an antique lamp shop. It was just all weird lamps. Everything was closed at this point, right? But I thought that was kind of cute. Picture at night. This gaze the word. Unfortunately, gaze the word was closed permanently. So I guess gay is not the word anymore. These are some little like tiny like they look like hotel hostels. I don't know what they were, but they were kind of cool. I just liked how just like lived in they were, you know. That dude came down the stairs at the exact moment I was taking a picture. It felt a little weird. Cool exit sign. I don't know. I just kind of like these neon signs. These like old neon signs. I think this picture came out kind of cool. Here's that building again that I liked. That weird brutalist building. And then I think this is... Oh yeah, we woke up early the next day, right? To go to the changing of the Imperial Guards. I don't think I have any pictures of my phone of this. Come on. Yeah, no. So yeah, the second day, we wake up early to go to the changing of the Imperial Guards, which I guess is a big deal. It's like a big ceremony when, you know, they change out the guards at the Imperial Palace or something like that. I don't think it's the Imperial Palace, it's something else. I don't know. I didn't really care, but my mom wanted to go because it's famous, you know? So we all go, right? On the way there's this beautiful little park. I really liked it. It was fucking packed, as you can see. Absolutely fucking packed. Tons of people, but it was very pretty. Very pretty. The gates were really nice. Very, very nice. I know, I'm probably sounding so uncultured right now. I was already so tired by this point. I was like, yeah, whatever. I was like, yeah, whatever, you know? And I was like, yeah, whatever, who cares? And it was so fucking packed and it was hot as fuck. It was so humid. Anyway, there's a really pretty statue in the middle, and there's like some fountains or something and some statues. It was a very pretty area, not gonna lie. Like it was a very pretty area. So it's not like it was awful to be in, right? Oh my god, yeah, the humidity in the UK was disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. Like, UK is so humid. Think about that! It's disgusting. There's another picture of it. This is we walked by like some gardens, like a little park on the way. There was a swan in the water, which was very pretty. And a goose. Very pretty goose. I like geese. Geese are cute. It's a nice little park. I enjoyed it. I'm very much like I like walking in the park kind of girl. You know? I enjoyed this part. I thought it was nice. Very pretty. And then we arrived to... I don't know what this place is, actually. I forget. I actually don't know what this is. No, this is still London. This is still London. Buckingham Palace? Maybe? Maybe? It's one of like the... Oh my god, there's like so many palaces and buildings and so in London that like... I couldn't keep up. No. I couldn't keep up. But it was very pretty. Yeah, this is where they have the horse guards. Yeah. They got the horse guards here. I don't know if I took any pictures of the horse guards. Did I? I think my sister did, but I didn't. Hold on, I think my sister has some pictures of them. Yeah, okay, hold on. Oh shit, that's a huge picture. Sorry, this is off of my sister's SD card. She gave me one of her SD cards to share because mine ran out of space. Yeah, they had these guys there. Yeah. They had these guys there. They had Uma. These are the horses that apparently if you get too close, they'll bite you. They're pretty cute. Big, very serious horses. Yeah, apparently, you see that line on the ground? Apparently, if you cross that line, like, the horse will probably bite you. Or kick you. Or slam its head into you. Yeah, they're very like serious guard horses. They're not cute, you know, teehee fun horses. They're like, you know, they're guard horses, right? Here's a closer picture of it. Very nice building. There was a lot of like really nice architecture all over London. Nicer picture of the Big Ben during the daylight. It wasn't nighttime anymore, so you could see it. And it is, honestly, the Big Ben is gorgeous. It is gorgeous, like, in the daylight. Because it's got all those, like, golden little accents, right? And then, like, old British architecture. I don't know what it's called. I don't know what the style is called. But it's very, like, intricate. It's very, very intricate. This was like in the morning, I think. You can kind of see it a little better there. Very pretty, very pretty. Did the Big Ben ever chime while you were there? I don't think so. Wait, it's very gothic. Yeah. Yeah, Victorian, very gothic. Very like that. Yeah. I don't think it bonged while I was there. There was a dude playing bagpipe outside. I kept joking with my sister that like do you think he takes requests? Like do you think we could go up and like request break shit? You think he knows any corn? There's a fucking stupid ass British police with their stupid ass little hats and their like neon green and blue little outfits. You think he knows Freebird or Wonderwall? Yeah, play Night of Nights. It's so funny how like you could actually tell who the tourists were because every fucking tourist would wear this like front facing like strappy bag. I mean, I did too. That's why I could tell. But every fucking tourist, because like I feel like everybody tells you that you're gonna get your shit stolen otherwise. So you should have like a bag like that. So everybody had one. Everybody had one. Oh yeah, here's the outside of a building near the Big Ben. Look at how fucking gorgeous and intricate it is. It is absolutely gorgeous. There was a lot of architecture in London like this. Oh, it's the UK Parliament. Ooh! Very, very pretty. Just super gorgeous buildings. British Gothic is the style. It's nice. Here's a picture up close of it. I think I have a cute picture. Hold on. Here's another picture. Sorry, it's really big. Here's another picture of a cool building around there. London had a lot of just like, it was very gothic feeling. Like, I completely understand, like, the feeling of a lot of very, like, British things now. I was in France! I'm not at my France pictures yet. Yeah. And here's another cool building. I think this is just a regular building. I don't know what this was. It's just a normal building. Hi! Meow, I wish I could have been like, oh my god, let's say hi, meow, but my trip was very, very tightly scheduled. So please forgive me. Please forgive me. Here's a really funny picture. So hold on. Where's my slideshow thing? So I was taking this picture, right? Something really cute that happened like the entire trip is that like everywhere we went my mom was like, she's like, oh my god, take out la mono so we can take a picture of la mono. So this was my mom everywhere we went. This is my mom everywhere. She's like, take out la mono. We have to take a picture of la mono. So this is her everywhere. Everywhere we go, she'd be like, a ver la mono para tomarle foto a la mono. It was very cute. She was taking a lot of pictures because like I can be kind of hesitant sometimes about like pictures, you know. And I don't take pictures of myself really. So my mom was like, "Ándale la mono," and she was like very excited. She would like send me all the pictures at the end of the day, right? It was very cute. This is... I think this is Westminster Abbey? I think? Pretty sure this is... Yeah, I think this is Westminster Abbey? I think. This was a very gorgeous church. Is this what it was? Hold on. Pretty sure this is what it was. Yes. Yeah, it's Westminster Abbey. It's a big church in London. I believe this is like where the royal weddings take place. Yeah, this is a royal wedding church. Yeah. That's a sticker I saw outside. I'm pretty sure we went inside. I don't think I took any pictures on the inside because at this point I was like feeling kind of like I didn't think it was right to take pictures inside of a church. Let me see if my sister took any pictures. She might have. No, she didn't take any pictures either. Did I take any pictures on my phone? I don't think so. No, okay. Yeah, I think at this point I was still feeling a little shy about taking pictures inside of a church, right? But it is very pretty on the inside. Yeah, I realized that later on, you know? That like as long as you're respectful, pictures are okay. And I mean if an area says no pictures, then it's fine. But like at this point I was still feeling a little shy, you know? I was like, I don't know if I should take a picture inside a church, right? But it was very pretty. Very, very pretty. I didn't take any pictures of the inside though. It was very gorgeous. The architecture is just really nice. Took a lot of different angles. This is when we went to Camden Town. This is like a little neighborhood of London with like a little market and like it's kind of like a little like hipster area, like a little hipster town in London. However, we all got very pissed off at this. It was a Sunday, and literally every part of the internet, Google, every website, every single fucking thing tells you that everything closes at like 5 p.m. Especially on a Sunday. But my stepdad was like, "Oh no, it's fine. Everything will be open." Nothing was open. Everything was closed. Everything was absolutely fucking closed. Everything was absolutely fucking closed. And it sucks, because, like, there seemed like there were some interesting shops around there. Like, it looked like there was some interesting kind of shops, but everything was closed. You know, everything was closed. Welcome to Europe. The thing is, like, even here, shit would close early on Sundays. Like, even here in the States, you know, stuff closes early. So I don't know why... I don't know why anyone thought that things would be... that things would be open on Sunday. But I saw these guys. I saw these guys there. Which, like, this picture in hindsight is kind of funny now because I never thought I was gonna be in Egypt when I took this picture. But these guys were just, like, hanging out on the side of a building and I just thought it was funny, so I took this picture. They were just, like, chilling outside of the store. It was a weird, subtle foreshadowing. Yeah. Yeah, this is the boys. Tag yourself. I'm the one on the far right. It really is funny in retrospect, because, like, at this point, I had no idea that it was gonna be Egypt. Like, I was convinced we were going to Greece. We ended up eating somewhere. We ended up eating at some mall. I ate some, like, Indian food, I think. Some sort of, like, duck curry? That was pretty good. It wasn't bad. I had a CBD drink, because, like, at this point my feet were hurting so bad. So I had a CBD drink. It didn't really do much. But it was good. It was good. This was pretty tasty, though. It looks like a big plate, but it's just got a lot of stuff on it. It was pretty tasty. Yeah. I mean, it's CBD. CBD does not make you high or anything. But I was hoping for some pain relief, you know? Because by this point, my feet were already hurting really bad. This is some more of Camden. Do I have issues with my feet? Not normally. But keep in mind that I don't normally walk 20 miles a day, every day for 2 weeks, without rest, without break days, you know? So, like, I was way out of my comfort zone here. So my feet were basically, like, from the first day on, my feet were basically just completely fucked up, you know? Anyway, there was this little waterway, which is pretty cool. And then we went to the National Museum. This museum was actually really cool. I actually really liked it. National Museum was actually pretty sick. This was on the night... This was on the third day, I think? Do my cows look like I'm about to compete in Tour de France? No, but I did actually lose a bit of weight. Like, I was surprised by, like, by the time I came home, like, a lot of my clothes fit me way looser. So I'm very sorry. I'm very sorry, Architect Manos. I did lose weight. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I lost a bit of weight. I don't really have a scale, so I don't really know how much, right? But I did lose weight, sorry. And then, not to mention the stomach issues I've got going on right now. So we can rebuild. We can fix that. We have time. Yeah. It's all Habibi's fault. Anyway, the National Museum. I actually do recommend this a lot. If you ever go to the UK, if you go to London, the National British Museum, I do recommend it. It's actually really cool. Very beautiful building. You can see all the like sculptures at the top, the pillars and everything. It is a huge museum, enormous. And their collection is crazy. You heard it's one of the best museums in the world? I can see why. I can see that. I can see that. It is honestly one of the best museums. You know how like, yeah, you know how like you always hear that like that the Brits like stole precious artifacts from all over the world? They're basically all here. Like they're all basically here. But they're very pretty. They're very pretty. Yeah, most of the stuff in here is probably stolen. But it is very cool stuff. It's actually fucked up to say that I saw more ancient Egyptian artifacts here than in Egypt. It's kind of fucked up. No, but they had some really gorgeous stuff here. Really some gorgeous stuff here. I really do recommend it. If you ever get the chance, absolutely beautiful museum.
Cake Restoration Fund contribution.
Thank you, Corin. Thank you. They had some really nice Roman statues and Greek statues. This one was very pretty. I like this one a lot. This was some like Greek statues they had going on. Very cool area. I love how you can always tell the types of tourists. Like, the Asian tourists are always like very fashionable, and then the American tourists are always just like dudes in a t-shirt and basketball shorts. You can always tell the American tourists apart. Everybody was very fashionable. Everybody from other countries is super fashionable, and then every time you see the American tourists, it's just like, it's just a dude in basketball shorts and a t-shirt. And then like the Asian girls are always like dressed super cute, but you just wonder if they're comfortable, you know? Very cool sculptures. Oh, so it was actually around this point. Do I have any other pictures? Hold on my phone. No. So it was actually around this point where my family, I was like, my feet were hurting so bad at this point already that like I had to take a lot of breaks. I had to sit down on like, basically I was going from like bench to bench while in here. Cause like it hurt that bad to just stand. Like every step was like knives. My feet were fucking killing me every single step. So I was basically just going from like bench to bench. Like that's kind of how I was like surviving, you know? It's like I would walk for about like 10 minutes, sit down for another 10 minutes, walk for another 10 minutes, sit down for another 10 minutes, and that's kind of how I was just surviving. And about like an hour into the museum, my mom and my stepdad we had a little WhatsApp like chat. And they're like, all right, you know, like, where is everybody? Like, meet us at the entrance. Like, we're done, you know, we're gonna go, you know, we're gonna go on to the next thing. Like, we're done at the museum. And I was like, really? I was like, I just barely saw like one corner. I was like, are we really leaving already? Like, we made it all the way here. Like, we're leaving already. So I decided, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna stay behind. Cause I thought, yeah, I thought it was a waste. I was like, I'm gonna stay behind. I'm gonna continue looking at the museum. The museum's really nice. Like, I'm gonna take a little bit of my time. And I was like, you guys go ahead. I'll meet up with you. I'll take the bus and I'll meet up with you guys, right? Cause I thought, like, what's the fucking point? You know, like, we came all the way here. Like, to only spend, like, 45 minutes, maybe max, an hour at the museum? So, I told them, like, I'm gonna keep, you know, I'm gonna stay behind. I'm gonna keep looking at the museum. You guys have fun. I'll meet up with you later. And they're like, okay, whatever. Plus, they were going to a department store called, Harrods. I guess it's like a fancy, famous British department store. And I could not give a rat's ass. I could not give a single rat's ass about a fucking department store. Like, I'm not gonna be buying anything. It's just gonna be a bunch of stores. Like, I don't like being in, like, super fancy stores like that. Like, that's not my vibe. I don't like being in places like that, you know? Yeah, I don't really care for, like, luxury stuff like that. Hold on, give me a second. I think my cat is trying to pee on my bed. Hold on. Baby girl, come here. Come here. To take her to the litter box, like, manually every once in a while. Now where were we? Here we go. There you go. Oh my god, thank you! I don't know. I'm not a fan of, like high class kind of places, because that's just not me. I always feel out of place. I feel like I don't belong in those kind of places, so I don't like them. So I was like, you know what? Fuck it. Nah. So I'm done at the, you know, at the museum. And I go wait for the bus. And the bus doesn't show up. The bus is supposed to show up every 8 minutes. And I waited out there for like 30 minutes. And the bus doesn't show up. And the bus doesn't show up, and the bus doesn't show up. And I'm like, you know what? Fuck this. I'm going back to the hotel. So I go back to the hotel, which was like a 10-minute walk, right? Because honestly, like, with my feet hurting so bad, somehow walking hurt a little bit less than standing in place, right? So I walk back to the hotel. I soaked my feet in the tub. I massaged them. I took some painkillers. I took a short little, like, 30-minute nap, something like that. And then I'm like, alright, I'm hungry. I'm gonna go, like, find somewhere to eat around here. And then try to meet up with them again. Right? So I'm like walking, and that's when I realized there's this like stationery shop I really like that I've been following on social media for a long time. Called Present and Correct. So I realized they were like on the way there. So I like this day I was determined. I was like, I need to eat a British meat pie. And I was like, I need to eat a British meat pie. Like my three things that I wanted to eat in London were, you know, typical British breakfast, which I did eat at the hotel. It was pretty good, I gotta say. So like typical English breakfast, I didn't take any pictures of it, but typical English breakfast is like, you know, eggs, some mushrooms, a hash brown, some like bacon, kind of ham, kind of stuff, right? And then beans and toast, right? I gotta say, like, it was pretty good. It was very like carbs heavy, but it got you started during the day, right? And it was kind of nice because like none of the other countries had like a dedicated breakfast, right? Because like breakfast in France might as well just be coffee and a cigarette, right? And breakfast in Rome wasn't really like, it was kind of just like a coffee too, and that's it, you know? So that was pretty good, but I really wanted to try meat pie. So I went on a little adventure on my own on this day. So I went around downtown. I guess the neighborhood I was in was called Soho. It was cool. I ran into this very cool here's a better picture of it. Hold on. It was like this like art exhibit. It was like just like LED screens. It was like a couple buildings that were just covered in LED screens. And there was just this like art exhibit going on, and it was just like art and music. It was really cool. It was actually really cool. I wandered around here for a little bit. Yeah, and then went to like a little seating area where they had a bunch of music and a bunch of stuff like this. There was another building where there was like interactive games that you could connect to with your phone. When I looked over at one point, there was like, it was like a huge screen and you could play Tetris from your phone with a bunch of strangers on this enormous like the entire wall was a screen. There was one with like a piano that somebody was playing. It was kind of cool, and it switched up a little bit. Had a lot of cool effects. I was walking around. I thought this store was kind of cute. I don't know, just like a very like very typical little like bodega kind of shop, right? Oh yeah, and on the way there, I stopped at a little pub because I saw they had meat pie on their menu. But then I showed up and they're like, "Oh, kitchen's closed." So I was like, "All right, well, can I get a beer at least?" So I sat down. I had a beer, and there was a dog. Some dude showed up with his dog. So I was just hanging out there. I was drawing. I bought a little pencil and a little like notebook that looks like receipts kind of thing. And I was just drawing. I was drawing, chilling, having my beer, taking a little break, right? Do I have a better picture of this drawing? I think I do. Oh, it's about the same, honestly. I was just doodling. Here's a better picture of the... Yeah, the beer was nice and cool too. Here's a better picture of the pub. And the guy's dog. I got to pet it. I forgot its name. But I got to pet the dog on my way out. I was just chilling. Cute little pub. It was just like a little corner bar. Yeah, that was a cider. What I was drinking was a cider. It was actually really good. It was really nice. I walked out of there slightly tipsy, right? Because I was on an empty stomach and I had like a big cider. So I was feeling nice and happy. There's a dog. And then, finally, I went to a pub where I got a meat pie. This place was pretty cute. Pretty nice little, like, typical, like, pub. How much was the cider? I don't remember. I don't remember. And here's my... I got a cold beer called the Level Head. And I got a steak and ale pie with gravy, mashed potatoes, and like a steamed cabbage. This was the way to the bathroom. It was pretty cool. Oh my god, but that meat pie was so fucking good. I think this is the only picture I have of the meat pie, unfortunately. It was really, really, really good. I think this was like some of the best food I had in the UK, honestly. It was really good. Really, 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 really good. And the beer, I gotta say, the beer in the UK was all really good. Like, where I'm from, beer here tends to be a little too hoppy sometimes. Like, they like hoppy beer where I'm from. They like really bitter beer where I'm from. Like, it's all about IPAs here. But, like, British beer was pretty good. I liked it. Yeah, the meat pies were awesome. It was really, really good. Alright. I saw this in the bathroom. I'm glad the picture came through. Here's the London Bridge. Very pretty, very pretty. Trying to remember if this was before or after the tower. Oh, this is before. Alright, hold on, we'll go back because this is like the day after. I wandered around. This is the city at night that I was wandering around. I bought a homeless man a banana milk. And I bought mine too. I bought myself one too. I was actually pretty drunk. By the time I had that second beer and the pie. So I was like wandering around and this like dude approaches me outside of a like convenience store. And he's like, "Hey man, you know, I'm not really asking for much. I'm just, you know, looking for something to eat, blah blah blah." And I'm like kind of like tipsy and I'm just like, "Yeah, man, sure. Let's go." So we go into the store. And he picks out a banana milk. And he's like, "Yeah, these are my guilty pleasure." And I'm just like, "Yo, is that a banana milk?" I'm like, "Yo, I fucking love these." Like, I probably sounded so American. I was like, "Dude, I fucking love banana milk. They don't sell these in the States." And he like, so we both, I ended up buying him a banana milk. And I bought myself a banana milk. It was pretty sick. Thinking back on it is really funny because he's like, he points over to like the sidewalk, like on a building, and he's like, "Yeah, that's where I sleep." And I'm just like, "That's cool, dude. I hope you sleep well." I'm just like, "I hope you sleep well tonight, bro." This is what that area looked like at night, though. It was pretty chill. I went to some anime store. But it was like literally 99% just Love and Deep Space merch, so I kind of didn't care. I went into some other stores. Nothing I really cared about, but it was fun walking around. There were some music shops I liked though. I went to a store called... I actually don't know. I don't remember what it was called. I don't remember what the store was called. But it was... Or what the street was called. But it was literally just a street that was all music shops. Because I wanted to go to a record store in the UK. I got a record while I was there. But they had... Yeah, just like a bunch of like... Every single store on the street was just music. Which is pretty cool. It's pretty awesome. This is what it looks like. Pretty normal. Lots of cool guitars. Oh, I just realized they have the Lammy guitar. Damn, I could have walked away with that. No, I couldn't. So then the next day... Where's my pictures? The next day is when we went to the London Tower and the London Bridge. This is when I met up back with the family, right? Honestly, I ended up spending like that whole night by myself, and I had a great time. I had a great time by myself. Cause like, they were like, oh yeah, we went to Harrods, it was very nice, and I was just like, that's nice. And in my head I was just thinking like, I could not have given less of a fuck about, about the whole thing, right? Like, I was having fun. Exploring on my own, getting drunk on the street, you know? Yeah, I was like, I had a meat pie and it was so good. So yeah, this is London Bridge. Very pretty, very pretty. Very cool. Yeah. Very nice. Oh yeah, and then hold on, where's my pictures of the tower? Oh, here we go. Hold on. Was anyone curious about it? No, not really. Nobody really cared. Nobody really cared what I did, honestly. We went to the London Tower, which is this is like the classic London Tower where like they had like the executions and like the fucking medieval time torture shit, you know, where they had like the moat and everything, right? They had some sculptures of some lions and stuff. That was pretty cool. This is what it looked like on the inside. Yeah, it used to be all sorts of stuff. It was a prison. They have like some guards there. It was honestly very pretty. Very cool. They had ravens there. They had some ravens there. They had the crown jewels there, which were very pretty. They had the crown jewels. They had the prisons. The prisons were really cool. I didn't take pictures because everything was really crowded. But you could go into an area where they had prisoners, and they had graffiti from the prisoners, but like not like graffiti like drawn on the wall, but carved into the stone of the wall, and it was like graffiti from like the Middle Ages. So there's like family crests and like full-on little like sculptures like carved into the stone in the walls. It was actually really sick. It was really cool. A lot of like religious stuff, you know, because of course, you know, you're stuck in prison for months and months and months, right? I'm sure you start thinking about God a lot. But it was really cool. And then I went into the torture chambers because my sister wanted to see that, so I got to see like the machine that stretches you out. You know, the one where like they tie it's the torture machine where they tie your arms and legs Like they pull on your arms and legs, and then they tie those to like logs that stretch you out. No, not the speculum. Shut up. Yeah, it's the rack. And it stretches you out until it rips off your limbs. Fucking terrifying. But honestly, more terrifying than the rack was this thing called the folding, it was like a folding device. I wonder if I can find it. Hold on. I wonder if I can find a picture of it. Cool, thanks. I just got a bunch of fucking sex chairs. That's not what I wanted. Medieval. Okay, I can't find it anywhere. But here, I'll demonstrate it. I will draw it. So basically, so this is the prisoner, right? And you are hunched over. Those are your hands, right? You're hunched over like this. And they put it's like a bar. Like this, right? That goes around you. And then this thing twists. And it twists and twists and twists, and it folds you and folds you and folds you, and basically crushes you under your own weight. It was called the folding device because it folds you. And apparently it was like a bajillion times more painful than the rack. Like, because it basically just folded you into yourself until all your bones broke. And until you basically crushed under your own self to death. It was like that. I couldn't find any pictures of it. Sorry. So yeah, after that we went to the Scavenger's Daughter. What the fuck? Why would they call it that? After that, we went to a place called Borough Market. It was just kind of like a... I don't know if you'd call it like a farmer's market. It was just more like a little market, like a little food market. Can be worse than a week with no mono, yeah? There were some buskers. I sat down and ate my... Yeah, it looked like this. It was like this. It was like a food market. Oh my god, I'm already 100 pictures in. That's crazy. Kind of the area that it was in. Yeah, right there, that's the market. And I took a picture of the sausage roll I ate here. It was really good. I have to show off. Oh, first of all, here's a tea shop I went to. Yeah, it is kind of expensive, but it was very good. It was very good. This is a tea shop that I went to with my mom. I got some tea from here as a souvenir. So at some point I'm gonna have some nice tea later. Once I find my stuff for like loose leaf tea. I had a turmeric tea here that was so good. They had a sign that was like, "Sore feet? Do your feet hurt? Try our turmeric tea." And I was like, "Sold." So me and my mom got a cup of tea. Very, very nice. Yeah, it was like proper tea. Yeah. I bought a bag of loose leaf royal Earl Grey, and then a little bag of like English afternoon tea. So I'm excited to try them. Yeah, it was really good. And then so I had that, and then me and my mom both got I wanted to try a sausage roll before I left the UK. And I think this was our last day in the UK. I want to try a sausage roll, so this is a sausage roll I had. It was a lamb and mint sausage roll. It was really fucking good. It was really good. It was crazy good. The mint, like, you couldn't taste the mint. It was like... It was just like the perfect, like, just like the perfect herb for it. It didn't taste minty. It just tasted good. Like, the mint didn't stand out. It just, like, blended perfectly into it. It was really, really, really good. Lamb and mint is a traditional British meal. Interesting. Yeah, I know. It was really, really good. I wish it was warm. That's the only thing. I wish this had been warm. But it wasn't. It was kind of like, it was just kind of room temperature, you know? I wish it had been heated up though. But that's okay. That's okay. So then after that, yeah, we oh, this is in France. Okay. So this was our last day in the UK. Honestly, it was a little tense. I'm not gonna lie. Like I mentioned in, I guess I'll bring it up a little bit because I think it's a little crucial to the trip, right? So I meant, you know, I introduced you guys the cast, right? The cast of the trip. So at one point, my stepdad's son, I guess in private, like, complains to his dad. And like, hey, you know, like, I don't feel like I fit in here. Like, I feel pretty left out of everything. Like, I don't really feel like I fit in. Like, I don't think they like me. And to be honest, we didn't. But we're like, okay, you know what? That's fair. We are all on the other side of the world, you know. We are all just as far away from home, right? We will try to include him a little more, right? We will try and include him and treat him a little bit more like family. Cause like up until this point, we just weren't really, like, you know, we weren't really talking to him or anything. I was kind of mad, right? Cause like he wasn't an awful person, but how do I explain this? It turns out that he had some disabilities that I don't think any of us were equipped for. And I don't think any of us were educated about. Kinda, yeah, basically. But like to a more severe like degree than I think any of us expected, you know? And so I was already fed up, for example, like when we were in the UK and we were walking, you know, he was being pretty thoughtful and he was like, "Oh, hey, Mono, you know, like how are you holding up?" Like trying to make conversation, and I was like, you know, I was trying to make conversation back. I was like, "Oh, you know, I'm doing pretty good. I'm just tired, you know, not used to walking this much, blah 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 blah, you know, but I am enjoying it." And he's like, "Well, at least you'll lose weight on this trip." And I'm just like, "Oh, okay." I was just like, "Thanks, I guess," you know. Thanks, I guess, you know. I almost threw that dude into the river. It's like, yeah, I guess you're not wrong, but like, come on, bro, like, like I get it. I've gotten extra chunky, you know. Before this trip, the stress got to me, and I got a little chunky, you know. But still. So anyway, so yeah, you know, he like complains to his dad that like he doesn't feel like he's included, and somehow that comment made its way to my mom. And my mom is very blunt. My mom won't really put up with this kind of shit. She doesn't. My mom hates like the pity woe is me type, right? She fucking hates that kind of people. So it's around this point where like we had all kind of been getting in fights every day, you know, because we were all tired. But it was kind of starting to boil up to a point. So anyway, keep that in mind. Keep that in mind, right? Keep that in mind. We try to include this guy a little more, right? But it was already making us kind of bitter. And by us, I mean like me, my sister, and her husband, because we were rooming together, so we were kind of like our own little squad, right? Anyway, so we make it to France. This is the Cavalerie. I think this is like one of the military museums or something like that. Who brought him in? Yeah. My mom's husband. This is his son from another relationship. You know, I have some really like blunt and mean words, but I'm like trying to not bring them into the stream, you know? But I have some very, very harsh opinions about the whole situation, you know? But I'm kind of trying to be like happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, happy thoughts, right? Like I have some very... I'm really trying to hold back. I'm really trying to hold back, but I have some very like harsh, toxic words about both my stepdad and his son. Anyway. Anyway. Yeah, we're walking around. We went to France via train, like a long distance train, which was pretty nice, very comfy. Um, there was a guy on the train though that was like staring at me the whole time. It like freaked me out a little bit. Let him out, you'll feel better? No, I have to be nice because I think my mom might watch this stream. And if I say something really fucked up, she's gonna say something. Yeah, I took Eurostar. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. I'll say it in the Discord. Hold on. I'll say it in the Discord. Okay. My omitted... Oh my god. It got auto banned. Anyway. I'm sorry for being toxic. I'm sorry. Anyways, look, the Eiffel Tower! Isn't it pretty? La Tour Eiffel. The weather in France was actually pretty rainy. It rained like every single day that we were there. There it is from far away. I have to say, France, I guess specifically Paris, was fucking gorgeous. Oh, I have to show you guys this. This was the view from our hotel room. It looked like a painting. Hold on. This was the view from our hotel room. Like, just absolutely picturesque. Like a perfect fucking painting. With the Eiffel Tower right there. The most beautiful, most like Parisian like apartments in front of us. It was absolutely beautiful. And honestly, the hotel that we stayed in Paris is actually pretty nice. Did you know there's an actual phenomenon when people become depressed when going to Paris because it's not as romantic as they expected? Really? Because I thought it was very nice. Like, so we spent 5 days in Paris. The most we spent in any of the cities. And honestly, you could spend forever in Paris. It is a gorgeous city. I'm not gonna lie. The people are kind of assholes. French people are kind of mean. I'm not gonna lie. At least in Paris. The people like at like stores and like restaurants and everything were lovely. They were wonderful. But like your typical everyday person in Paris, we're kind of assholes. Notre Dame still going repairs? Yeah, a little bit, yeah. You could still go into it though. Did I smoke French cigarette? No, I didn't. No, I didn't. I have to say though, everything they say about bread in France is true. It's true. Every, like, dude, even in the shitty little like cafes, the bread is so much better than anything I'd ever had. So good. So good. Super good. The coffee too. The coffee in France was really good. Honestly, like almost all the food I had in France was all really good. And everywhere. Yeah, and it was pretty cheap too. But like everything I ate in France was delicious. Everything was beautiful. Oh. Here is the national flag of France. This is the national flag of France. It's the fucking apple flag. I don't know what it was doing there. I don't know why there was a fucking apple flag flying. I thought it was pretty funny. I don't know why it was there. I have no idea why it was there. I took a video. I don't know if it works though. No, it doesn't. I took these from the top of a double-decker tour bus. My parents got us tickets for these buses called hop on, hop off, like type buses. Basically, they're like buses that pick you up and they just kind of stop. They drive through all the famous parts and they stop at every like famous landmark. They're designed for tourists because they have little like recorded guides. You like plug in your headphones, right? And it just kind of drives you around. But it was actually kind of nice because it's like you get to see everything without actually having to like go directly to everything. And then if there was anything you really wanted to go to, you just got off at that stop and you explored it, right? So that was very nice. Some of the trees in the top. And there's the Eiffel Tower! Did I see any two buses? Yeah, I did. I thought the two buses were funny. Here's some other pictures I saw. Or some other pictures I took. It's like a shuttle kind of thing, like specifically a tourist shuttle. Every fucking building in France just looked like this, or in Paris rather. Every just like building in Paris just like casually looked like this. Paris was crazy. Everything just looked gorgeous like this. Like it was on a completely different level than like London. Everything was just super detailed like this, super beautiful. Here's another one. Another building. This was the outside of the d'Orsay Museum. It was an art museum that used to be a train station. But everything just looked like this in Paris. Passed by the Arc. I actually didn't stop at the Arc. I just saw it from afar. I don't know, I didn't really feel like seeing it from up close. Yeah, I was gonna go to that museum, but I ended up not. I ended up not going. Because of family drama. But yeah, very pretty. Look at like, just look at it up close. Look at all those sculptures. Everything is just like carved. It is fucking gorgeous. It's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. Paris was beautiful on a whole nother level. Well, here's one of my favorite things. Hold on. What other pictures are coming up? Hold on. Here's a... I really like this. I didn't go to the art supply shop, unfortunately. But I was very excited by this this bus stop, this metro stop. It's for the subway. In the most like Art Nouveau style ever. It almost looked fake. It was so pretty. And just the fact that this was just casually the entrance, like the sign, that was just the entrance to the subway. So nice, so pretty. God, Paris was a beautiful city. Oh! It's time to tell you guys a story. So, one of the first meals I had in Paris, right? We roll up to a little cafe. It was like hard to find like food in Paris because everything in Paris is just like a little cafe. So it was hard to find like proper food, right? So we find a place, and to drink or to eat, I decide to be fancy, and I'm like, I want charcuterie, right? Hi. So first of all, I was kind of a fool because I thought I was gonna have cheese. It didn't have cheese. It was all meat. So I get this fucking wood plate and it's all meat. So I'm like, well, I guess I'm eating it now. It didn't have any cheese. I was really hoping for some cheese, but I guess the cheese is separate. I guess you have to order the cheese separate. It was really good. The pate was some of the most delicious pate I've ever had. Like all the meats were all super good, right? But you know how I told you guys I was gonna tell you the story of my French pocket meat? Alright, so listen up. This is the story of my this is the story of my French pocket meat. So I'm eating this, right? And I couldn't finish it. I was too full. But it was expensive and it was so delicious that I didn't want it to go to waste. So my mom was like, just wrap it up in a napkin and put it in your purse and eat it later. And I was like, but mom, it's a bunch of meat. And she's like, it's fine. In a very, very Latina way. She's like, it's fine. Just wrap it up in a napkin and put it in, like, wrap it up in some napkins and put it in your bag. So I put it, you know, I wrap it up in a bunch of napkins. So I've got this, like, wad of, like, charcuterie meat. And it stinks. It smells like meat. And, like, I wrapped it in like 5 different napkins. So I've just got this like wad of meat, right? And I stick it in my purse. I had my little bag, right? My little like front traveler's bag thing. Right? I stick it in my bag. And so my whole family's making fun of me, saying that I'm gonna attract all the stray animals, right? Yeah, like the dogs are gonna start following me. And they're like, and I was like, what the fuck am I gonna do later if I want to eat it? Just like whip out my fucking like charcuterie meat from my purse? Like, it's gonna look ridiculous. But anyway, just because I didn't want to waste anything, right? I'm carrying this fucking wad of meat in my bag. I smell like charcuterie. I smell like meat. I smell like ham, right? And so just keep that in the back of your mind, right? Just keep that in the back of your mind. This is in my bag for the next, you know, like hour or so, right? So the meat is in my bag, right? And we're doing our thing, right? Me and my mom, it was all cured meat, so it was fine. Like, it didn't need to be refrigerated. It was all cured meat, so it was okay. Yeah, it's all cured preserved meat, so it was fine. It was fine. So anyway, so we go to this very nice department store in Paris called Fayette Stores or something like that. It's got this beautiful glass dome on the inside. It's got like every designer store you could think of. You know, my family spends forever shopping in here. And very beautiful, very beautiful. And so on our way out, now keep in mind, I've had the pocket meat in my purse this entire time. So on the way out, I realized I really have to go pee. And so the restroom's like all the way on the 6th floor, you know, like I go up to the bathroom, right? I realize I really have to go pee. And you know, it's a good idea to like pee where you can downtown because like a lot of stores don't have public bathrooms, right? so you know, I'm going to the bathroom and European toilets, so like American public toilets are very cheap. They're just little stalls, right? They're little stalls. The bottom here is open, the top is open. So like when you're in a public bathroom, you can always see people's feet, right? You can see people's feet. It's all open. It's just kind of like this. This is what American public bathrooms usually are like, right? European bathrooms are civilized and they're not horrible. Most of the ones I went to were like they have gaps on the side. European bathrooms were very civilized, right? This is like a row of stalls, right? And it's like a full door. No gaps, right? No gaps. It's just full doors. It's like full enclosed bathrooms. Very nice. Very nice. I appreciate it a lot. It was very nice to have a little bit of privacy to like be able to use the bathroom without like being able to be seen, basically. Very, very, very nice. So anyway. So I, you know, I'm there. You know, peeing. This is me, I'm peeing. I'm peeing in France, and I don't know what pee is in France, but I'm making le pipi in France. I'm making le pipis. And that's me on the toilet, right? And that's when I realized there's no toilet paper. It's out of toilet paper. Le petit pipi, oui oui. They're out of toilet paper. And I didn't like. First of all, if I was in the United States, right, in a desperate situation like this, I would have like called out for a stranger and be like, "Can someone pass me some toilet paper?" Or something, you know? But one, there are no gaps for a stranger to pass me anything. So I can't just ask the stall next to me to just like pass some toilet paper under the stall, right? And two, I'm in a foreign fucking country. So I don't speak French, you know, what am I gonna say, like, le toilet papa, please, you know, like, no, like... Pass the phone with Google Translate, but it's like, that's the whole, like, closed bathroom. What am I gonna do? Open the door and call for someone and pass them my phone? There's no high-class mall, by the way, in a department store. And there was a line to get into the toilet. So if I left my stall, that was it. You know, I wasn't gonna get another one until it freed up. I had to go to the back of the line. So And so I, in a desperate moment, I reach into my purse and I grab the wad of charcuterie. And no, I didn't use the meat. I did not use the meat, okay? I did not wipe myself with the meat. But I had to grab one of the napkins that I wrapped the meat with. It was my only option! It was my only option! What else was I supposed to do? I either was gonna smell faintly like meat, or I was gonna smell like piss. Look, the napkin wasn't oily, okay? I picked the cleanest one. I picked the cleanest napkin. And then as an act of shame, I threw the rest of the charcuterie meat, including all the other napkins, I threw it in the trash of the stall. And so, probably for the rest of the day, that particular stall really smelled like meat. I was so ashamed! I just threw the meat away. I didn't even want to look at it. I didn't want to be confronted with my sins, okay? I didn't... I did what I had to do. I did what I had to do. I did what I had to do. But I carried the shame with me the entire time. Anyway, that night we went to the Eiffel Tower. We made a point of going at night. Could have probably gotten toilet paper if you asked for it. Okay, but like I said, what was I gonna do? Like, open the stall? Open the stall door and I'm just fucking sitting there with my pants around my ankles? Like, what was I gonna do? Just like open it and like yell out like, excuse me, can someone give me some toilet paper? No! It's okay. I learned my lesson though. After that, I always had Kleenex in my purse. After that, I never made that mistake again. I had Kleenex in my purse. They'd shimmy through the gap. There were no gaps! There were no gaps! This was a fully enclosed bathroom. There were no gaps. Of the open door, I guess. That's too shameful. I know, you always gotta check. I know. I wasn't thinking. I know. I'm sorry. Anyway. So this is the bottom of the Eiffel Tower. Very pretty. I don't know what that picture was. This is unfortunately, I can only look at these pictures with like heavy feeling in my heart. Cause this is when the family drama like really like came to a boil. Like it really just kind of like exploded. While we were in line waiting for getting into the Eiffel Tower, I was with my sister and her husband, right? Because we had it was like my mom, my sister, her husband, and I. We had gone to the mall separately. And it was there after we get out into the entrance that my mom comes over to us. Us being, you know, the group of like me, my sister, and her husband. And she's sobbing. She's crying and she's sobbing. And she just comes over and she starts sobbing into my sister's arms. And my mom's a pretty strong woman. It takes a lot to make her cry like that. It turns out that it was because of they got in a big fight because my stepdad's son was complaining that he didn't feel like he fit in. And keep in mind, this is only like 4 or 5 days into the trip, right? Less, like 4 days, I think. And so from that point on, my stepdad starts being just like an absolute petty, vindictive asshole to everyone, including my mom. And it was so frustrating because it's like, bro, not even you talk to your own son. Like, this is probably the most he had talked to his own son in a long time. Like, even you don't talk to him. Like, you just fucking abandoned him. And like, now you're being like this? So it was really fucking frustrating. It was really, really fucking frustrating. And if you guys have any experience with older people, there is nothing more fucking stubborn than like people in old age. My mom and her husband are in their 60s, you know, like almost 70s. They're getting older. They're like 60 something, right? God forbid anybody that has to deal with stubborn old people. And I am just surprised at the level of petty vindictive, stubborn, and just outright cold and mean that my stepdad turned into at this point. Over like nothing. Over the fact that we didn't say good morning in the morning, you know, in the early morning in the hotel. And as far as we heard, you know, it was because we weren't including his son. Or that, you know, that his son didn't feel like he fit in. So at this point we were like, alright, whatever, dude, like, you know, we were all absolutely furious, you know, that my mom was crying. Because like, he was being like an asshole even to my mom, you know? Because one thing is being an asshole to us, whatever, you know? But my mom, this is our third marriage, you know? We have gone through shitty stepdads before, you know? My dad was shitty. My first stepdad was shitty, right? So like me and my sister, we've gone through it, you know? And so seeing him, you know, kind of like start pulling the shit out, we were furious. We were absolutely furious. It's one thing to piss us off, it's another thing to hurt my mom, you know? Like, if you make my mom cry like that, like, you have a death wish, kind of thing. God, even just like talking about it right now is making me shake a little bit. And so I was furious. My sister was furious. My sister's husband was furious. But like, regardless, right? Kick out stepdad from family, adopt step... No, the stepson is a fucking asshole too. Fuck that guy too. No, fuck both of them, honestly. But we were like, okay, you know what? For the sake of my mom, like not getting yelled at or like not getting in more fights or anything, for the sake of like peace, you know, we were like, okay, whatever, you know, like we will like, you know, we'll be even nicer, like we'll be even nicer, we'll be even sweeter, we'll try and include him even more, you know. And so like we do our best, you know, like immediately after, you know, we try talking to him more. But the problem is that he wouldn't really like talk. Or like he wouldn't really like, I don't know how to describe it. But like it was really hard to. But like we would try, like it would be more like, you know, like, alright, you know, like let's take a picture, you know, like, oh, come get in the family picture, blah 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 blah, right? Like he wouldn't really engage in anything. And the problem too was that like my stepdad and him would just like branch off and just go do their own thing. It's like, how the fuck are we supposed to include you if you're not even there? You know? And like, to be honest, like we didn't really want him to join the trip anyway, you know? Because we don't know him. We don't know him. We don't talk to him, you know? So it's like, how are we supposed to take a 2-week family trip to Europe with like somebody like that's basically a fucking stranger, you know? But, you know, for the sake of it being a happy family trip, I think we all tried, right? Anyway, you know, we were all so fucking pissed at this point. So like, honestly, my memories of the Eiffel Tower are kind of blurry because I was just like red with rage, you know? At this point I was like fuck this dude, you know? Like I was so upset. My mom was crying, you know. Part of the reason why at the beginning of the stream I said my mom or my sister's husband was the MVP was because he immediately was like there for my mom. He was kind of like a neutral enough party. He like reached out to my mom, hugged her, walked around with her to get some water. He bought her some macarons to make her happy. He was wonderful. He was absolutely wonderful to her. He was really patient with my mom and everything, and you know, he was being a really, really good guy. And so that's why he like he earned the MVP status through just being like a sweetheart to my mom the whole time. You know, something that the other two men on this trip weren't fucking man enough to do. You know what I mean? Anyway, the Eiffel Tower was cool, I guess. We got to go to the second floor, and it was fine. You get to see a nice view of the city. I wouldn't say that it's like anything crazy, right? But I think part of it was too that like the entire time we were there was kind of just like trying to de-escalate and trying to talk to my mom about everything that was going on because she was just really upset the whole time. Unfortunately, from this point on, my stepdad just started treating all of us like shit. Oh, oops. Sorry, that was a picture. That was a picture of one of the family members. Sorry, oops. This is a view from it, though. Very nice. What's next? Blurry pictures, yeah. On the hour, on the dot, the Eiffel Tower does this like little sparkly light show thing for like a couple minutes. It was very pretty. You could see it from our hotel room too. It was very nice. This was on the way out, like on the way down from it. Yeah, the sparkles are really nice. Yeah. Kind of see it a little better there. This is the next day. Cha-cha! We went to the Louvre. The Louvre. Very pretty, very packed. Yeah, I think seeing the tower from the outside is a little bit more interesting too, personally. This reel doesn't include my hold on. Oh, yeah, this is my breakfast that day. I took a picture because I really liked it. I had a slice of poppy seed bread with a nice coffee. Really, really good. Very good. Did they use the 3DS tour guide? No, they didn't have it. They didn't have any audio guides. We actually did have like a ticket for an audio guide, but when we showed up, they said they had stopped using audio guides. So I think it was like right on like the day that they stopped. I think it was like right on the day that they stopped doing the audio guides. I'm so sad. I'm so sad about it. I have a couple pictures of this is what the inside of the Louvre looks like. And like just like a standard hallway. It was like crowded, but the halls are very wide, so there was enough space. It didn't feel like miserably crowded. I think part of it too is that like your entrance is timed, so you have to show up at a specific time. And I think that kind of helps stagger out the crowd a little bit. But a lot of very, very beautiful paintings. This was the ceiling of one of the halls. Just look at the detail. Look at the absolute detail, the sculptures, the gold. It's beautiful. Very nice, huh? They had this really cool, like... It felt almost like a park. It was like a sculpture park. Like an indoor sculpture park. I sat here for a while with my mom and my sister and her husband. We just kind of chilled because we were all tired. We were all tired, and my stepdad and his son just like completely at this point like didn't even say hi. Just like they fucked off and they did their own thing. They went and they did the ChatGPT top 10 at the Louvre or whatever. But like didn't even speak to us and just went off and did their own things. It's like, you know, so much for trying to include you in the family. So whatever. And the what? Yeah, my stepdad works in making ChatGPT bots for companies. So that's what he does. That's what he does, you know? It's a big... We later realized that it was a big part of why, like, a lot of the trip was kind of, like, planned weird. Because a lot of it was, like ChatGPT itinerary, you know? We kind of realized later on, like, oh, that's why a lot of this was kind of like... The times were off for a lot of things, and... Like, you know, all that kind of stuff was kind of wrong, and a lot of, like, details were, you know, incorrect and stuff like that, you know? Trying to see where I have all my pictures. Come on. Very, very nice. This is by the entrance. The entrance of the museum. It is a gorgeous museum, right? Apparently the glass pyramid is pretty new. Like, it only got built kind of recently, you know? Very pretty museum, though. This is a very famous Venus de Milo. Okay, though, but like, personally, my conspiracy theory is that this is a replica. For how famous these were, there was like not much like anything like kind of like protecting them. So my theory is that this is a replica and that they're keeping the real one safe. Hi! That's my theory. That's my gamer theory. think they're all probably replicas. I mean, which like makes sense. Like a replica created from the original is still very impressive, right? But that's my theory. This was some of the inside of it. Very, very nice. Kind of cold in there though. Look at these statues. Kind of cold in that museum though. Very pretty though. Very pretty. This is just a stairway that I thought was pretty. I don't know. I like shots like this. This is the outside of it. The outside of the Louvre. Very, very gorgeous. Honestly, very gorgeous. I didn't take any pictures of the Mona Lisa because I kind of didn't care. I know the famous thing at the Louvre is the Mona Lisa and everything. I don't know. I've never really cared for the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa has never moved me as a piece of art. I don't mean that to like sound like hipster or whatever, but it's like I am a big fan of Da Vinci. Don't get me wrong. I do like Da Vinci a lot, but I've always been a much bigger fan of his sculptures and his inventions. His paintings I've never really cared about that much. And then yeah, I mean everybody knows this by now, but like you go to the Louvre, they have the Mona Lisa. The Mona Lisa's tiny. It's a tiny little painting. They have like guards and you can't even get close to it. Like you can't even get close to it at all. It's like behind a ton of glass and everything. And you have to wade through this huge crowd to get to it. No, it's not that it's new. It's just that it's like, I don't know, it never moved me. And it's tiny. I thought there was way nicer paintings. Like, just even in the same room as it, you know? I know it sounds kind of hipster, whatever, but, you know, it just, I don't know. I didn't think it was worth the crowd, you know? I think the Louvre is still worth going to even without the Mona Lisa, personally. I guess it's kind of cool to like be in the same room as the Mona Lisa, but whatever. Yeah, there's like gorgeous fucking paintings in there, and they get overshadowed by the Mona Lisa. Cause like I feel like a lot of people like just like see it and they're like, oh, it's famous, gotta go look at it. Dude stole it to take it back to Italy. That's kind of awesome, actually. That's kind of awesome. And this was right outside. There was like a park outside. Very nice. And then there's like a mall too. These look so good. Oh, just looking at these is making me hungry. They had a La Durée. It's like a famous like sweets. They mostly do like macarons. Very, very good. Some statues that I saw. Some graffiti. Oh, okay. This is very nice. So, this is Saint Chapelle. In my opinion, if you go to Paris and you do like the touristy stuff, you should absolutely go here. So Saint Chapelle was originally built to house a holy relic, which I believe was a part of the thorn crown that Jesus wore on his head when he was crucified. And so this entire like chapel was built for that. It's no longer there anymore. Now it's stored in now it's stored at Notre Dame. I love to show so much. Shut up. Now I didn't see any French protests, but I know there was a bunch, especially like right after I left. I saw a bunch on the news. It's kind of tough political times everywhere in the world right now, so very, very gorgeous. So this was on like the first floor. And then look at this, you guys. Look at this. The stained glass. Absolutely fucking gorgeous. In my opinion, Saint-Chapelle was more impressive than Notre Dame. The tough political time in France since 1500, true. Yeah. Where isn't it? Here's a better picture from my phone of the stained glass. It is beautiful. And these are super, super tall. These are enormous. These are absolutely enormous. And it was like you walk, because you have to go upstairs through these like tiny little stairs, like tiny little spiral stairs for these. And like you walk into the room and it's like a jaw-dropping moment when you're like, holy shit. Like walking into the room for Saint-Chapelle was one of the very few like actual holy shit moments I had in Europe, like throughout the entire trip. Just like walking and seeing these and it's like, oh shit, you know, like it was really, really cool. Really, really, really cool. And they're all telling a story. Every little panel is telling a story. And then yeah, on the other side, this is like kind of like a wider shot of it. There's like this enormous circular stained glass with beautiful chandeliers that are hanging down. Just like sculptures and ornate gold everywhere. This was commissioned by the king, I believe. And like the entire point of this chapel was to store that extremely valuable rare relic that was the thorns from Jesus' crown. It's beautiful. You can see another shot. This with my camera. My digital camera. The paintings, everything was like detailed paintings, you know? And keep in mind, these buildings, these churches took like several years to build, right? A lot of these took like 10, 20 years to build. This is the outside of it. Like they had a little like balcony, kinda. Very, very pretty. What digital camera were you using? I was using a... Where did I leave it? I was using a... what the fuck camera is it? Hold on, it's over here. Hold on. Hold on. I was using a Panasonic Lumix. The DMC FH27. It was my sister's old camera. Yeah, I know the date is off. I know the date is off. I know. I put the date right. I think the fact that it says 2011 is kind of cute, personally. Funny story. I bought a different digital camera to take with me originally, and then I ended up not taking it. So I have 3 different digital cameras on my desk right now. This is Notre Dame, the very famous Notre Dame. Rest in peace, my money. Nah, they were cheap. The Kodak ones I got off of eBay were like 20 bucks. And then the one I got from my sister was free. So it was very cheap. And this is Notre Dame, the very famous Notre Dame. You hear about this one all the time. Notably not on fire anymore. Quite a lot of it caught on fire, didn't it? It's like missing quite a bit, huh? Oh, it's in the background, but here is a very delicious beef bourguignon I had. I don't remember if it was before or after Notre Dame. It was really good. This was very good. Very, very tasty. It was like beef stew. French beef stew. So it has that very like cooked with wine kind of flavor. Very, very good. You know how like when you have like a good French onion soup, it just kind of has that very like winey taste? I don't know how to describe it. It's like that. I know, I'm hungry too. It was very, very good though. Anyway, this is the inside of Notre Dame. It's a shame that a lot of it really got damaged. I'm trying to see if there's any like charts that show how much. Fuck, dude. Okay, yeah, no, I see the pictures. A lot got burned actually. Fuck. Yeah, the stained glass is absolutely gorgeous. Unfortunately, it was like one of the only stained glasses you could really see. I think the big ones, like a lot of like the bigger, more impressive ones, were lost. Yeah, it's a shame. It's a shame because it is a beautiful, beautiful church. I don't remember why did it catch on fire again? Like, I don't remember. What was a construction thing? Fuck. That's right. Damn. And there's a lot of very beautiful stuff though. It still looked really good though. I think I have some pictures. Yeah, a lot of it was still in really good condition. Was I able to catch one of the pipe organ concerts there? No, but I did get to see an organ service at Westminster Abbey in London, and that was really nice. That was really nice. There's some detail. Look at just like the sculpture work though. You have to get zoomed in here a little bit. Look at that. It is beautiful. In my opinion, Notre Dame is kind of more beautiful on the outside than the inside. And that's saying a lot, because the inside is also really beautiful. Yeah, all of these sculptures tell a story. All of them. It's kind of a close-up of the big stained glass there. Some areas there. Quasimodo, no, it wasn't there. The spire was rebuilt. That's the new one. The one that you see in the back, that's a brand new one that was built. And this is a cool spot. This is the tomb of Napoleon Bonaparte. You can see some different shots of it here. This is it kind of like more in the daylight. And this is it in kind of like sunset, golden hour. Very, very cool. So in here, Napoleon's tomb is in here. It's a huge, beautiful fucking building. Napoleon is buried here. His wife and like family, they're all in here. And it's all just for Napoleon and his family. And I think like another like wartime person, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't remember that much about wartime stuff, especially French stuff, sorry. But we went in here for a light show. It was actually pretty cool. I have the other pictures on my phone, hold on. It was like this. It was kind of sick. It was a light show called like Aura. And it's like a 3D projection show on the inside. Really, really, really cool. And then basically it was like a light and music show, and then it was so there's a lot of tombs in here, and then it would have a segment where it would have you walk around and explore, and then it would kind of like teach you about who was like buried in here through the music and the light and everything. Teach you about the construction of this palace or this like tomb. Very, very pretty, but I couldn't help but laugh while I was here, because I was sitting on a bench because my feet were hurting like crazy, as they were the entire trip. And next to me is this like a middle-aged man. And the entire time, in Spanish, he's just like... I guess he was wearing the fucking Meta AI glasses. So the entire fucking time, he's like... Meta, take a picture. Meta, take a picture. Meta, take a picture. Meta, take a video. Meta, stop the video. Meta, take a picture. The entire fucking time! Meta, twist this guy's dick. Meta, show me this guy's ball. I was having a blast just listening to this dude sitting there. Just like every couple minutes being like, Meta, take a picture. Because at first I thought he was talking to himself. Before I realized he was saying Meta, I didn't realize what the fuck he was saying. Like, I thought he was talking to me for a second. And I was like, like I didn't say anything. And then I realized he was fucking like talking to his glasses. Meta, take a picture. Meta, twist this guy's balls. Meta, donate $2,000 to Claude Monet. That was you for one day talking to Siri when you got your AirPods? Cringe! It was still pretty cool though. If you ever get a chance to see this, I recommend it. It was very cool. Very cool. And then, the next part is my favorite. The next part is my favorite. So.
Meta mis huevos, am I right?
Thanks, Gordon. So, this is my favorite part. So, on the next day, was it this 12th of September? Me and my mom made our way to the very small town of Giverny, France. About 2 hours away from Paris. We had to take a long distance train. And then a little shuttle. We had to take a bunch of public transit. We had to like go pretty far. And I went to the gardens and the home of Claude Monet. I was really excited. My mom was a little worried. She's like, are we gonna like are we gonna be able to make it there? Like, did you figure out how to make it? But I was very cool and I figured out how to get us there. I figured out how to get us tickets on the long distance train. The trains were very nice. Very, very nice. And this is a shot from inside the shuttles. Inside the little like shuttle that you take when you get to the city of Vernon. Did I go on the TGV? I don't know what that is. Apparently this castle is from the Middle Ages. It's from like medieval ages. Apparently there's some like slightly famous stuff. Oh, the high-speed rail? No, I didn't go on it. I don't think so anyway. I don't think so. Maybe I did. Actually, I don't know. I'm not sure. I don't think I did though. I don't think I had to go anywhere for like far enough for it. So the fast train, the fast choo-choo. So it took about 2 hours to get to Vernon. From there you take a little shuttle to Giverny, which is like... I have to show you guys how fucking tiny of a town this is. Hold on. Hold on. Because it is... it is so small. So... this is... here, hold on. So this is... this is Paris, right? This is the entirety of this. This is Paris, right? Where's Vernon? Hold on. In that same scale, there's Vernon. Right? That little tiny sliver there, that's Vernon. Right? And then... enhance. This right here is Giverny. It's tiny. It's tiny. It's like 2 roads and like maybe 20 houses. Like it's a tiny little area. It's this tiny little village. Very close to Normandy. Very, very pretty. It's basically a little neighborhood. Yeah. So yeah, we took the little shuttle. And I think first it's about 15-minute drive from Vernon to the French countryside. Like this. You get dropped off at the shuttle and it just looks like this, basically. It just looks like this, and then you just have to walk another 10-15 minutes to the neighborhood. Very, 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 very pretty. Fucking gorgeous. Like, my first thought when I was walking here was that, like, oh yeah, no wonder French painters painted what they did. Like, yeah, you know, you live in this. Oh yeah, and the weather was perfect. It was a perfect day. Like, you live in this, and yeah, like, no wonder you're inspired. Little sign saying that the gardens are there. This is like the entrance to a little like restaurant or something nearby. And then this is in the town. This is like one of the streets in Giverny. This is like basically the street in Giverny. That was kind of it. There was just 2 streets like this, and that was kind of it. That was all there was. A lot of wildflowers. Just beautiful, beautiful place. Apparently, Claude Monet picked out this town for 2 reasons. One was obviously that it was gorgeous. Very beautiful, and he really liked the way that the light looked here for some reason. He really liked the way that the light hit here in Giverny. The second reason was that he was having an affair with a married woman and that he wanted to be somewhere private where people wouldn't catch them. I thought that was funny. Some street shots here. Yeah, I absolutely walked where he walked, because this town is tiny. There is a little a shop, like a painting shop. A little atelier for impressionist paintings. There's an impressionist museum too, in Giverny. Very, very cute. Everything about this town just looked like a painting. Very pretty. Just some houses. Just some air, some flowers I saw. There was like only old people here, which I thought was really funny. Like the only people that like made their way out to these gardens were like, it was like all boomers and like 3 art hoes. Very pretty. So this is inside the gardens. Let me see if I have any pictures on my phone after this. Yeah, this is his famous water lily garden. No, I don't think I was the youngest there. There were some kids on a field trip there too, actually. These are the famous water lily gardens, which he painted so many times. He really, yeah, he was the inspiration for my name. Yeah. Yeah, I am named Mona Monet after Claude Monet. It's true. The pictures on my digital camera of this place came out so much nicer than my phone pictures. Look at how beautiful. You guys, this garden was pristine. I guess even back in the 1800s, because Claude Monet passed away in what, like 1920? Yeah, 1926. Since then, like the entire time, I guess he's just had a bunch of gardeners take care of this place. And even to this day, like, everything was pristine. Everything was pristinely trimmed. The flowers were in perfect bloom. It was the perfect time to be there. And there was not, like, there weren't any, like, flowers on the ground. That's a lie. I found, like, 2. And I took them home. I pressed them in my book, so I have 2 pressed flowers in a little book from Claude Monet's gardens. I'd like to do something nice with them, if I can. Like just all sorts of flowers, all sorts of everything. I took a lot of pictures here. That's his house in the background. I guess his house was very famous because of the green doors, right? There's a lot of little, like, kind of like walkways in between. Like this. Very pretty. Sorry, I'm just double checking all my pictures here. That's his house. That is Claude Monet's house right there. He lived here with his wife and 8 children. 8 children here. I'm going through my pictures really quick because I took a selfie in here, and I just want to make sure that it's not in this folder. I think I took it away though. Actually, me and my mom took a bunch of pictures here. It was really cute. This was just me and my mom's little date. It was this whole day. It actually, I'm gonna think very fondly about this day for a long time because it was just me and my mom's little like one-on-one date. We went on a little date to the gardens and to the house. We had lunch. We went like to a bunch of places. It was, yeah, this was my highlight of the entire trip. Was getting to go here. This is the inside of his house. As you can see, there's a bunch of his this is like his study. A bunch of his paintings on the walls. It was really surreal to just see like a ton of Claude Monet pieces just like that. Just like hanging out like that, you know? I'm so used to seeing them behind frames at a museum, you know? And this time they were just hanging out like that, like just normal. And just like in bulk, you know, just a ton of them. Very, very, yeah, they're just hanging out in his house. They're just there in his house. There's some windows. Yeah, it was very different than looking at a gallery. Yeah. Here's some other pictures of the garden. Very pretty garden, honestly. It was very, like... It felt very... It was very manicured and very nice, but it felt very natural. It was very, like, natural beauty kind of garden, you know? It wasn't, like... It wasn't overly manicured. It wasn't overly organized. It was very much like a, you know, like, kind of organized, but letting everything just kind of, like, shine in its own natural way, you know? I felt so cool walking around here. All I could think was like, damn, he walked here, you know? Like, this is just where he would hang out and he would sit and paint. Because Claude Monet was a really big fan of plein air painting. So a lot of his paintings are just like, you know, done here. And it's so crazy because like after being here, I look at a bunch of his paintings and now I'm like, I know exactly where he painted that from. Like, I stood where he must have been standing, where he was painting that. Like, I know exactly where that is. It's so cool. It's so cool. I just thought this was kind of cool. This is like a hallway. The fuck is that? I don't know what that is. I don't know what that picture is supposed to be. This is on the way to the water garden. Such a famous location and not crazy tourist crowds. It's because it's far away. It's because it's like really far. Did I do any sketches or drawings while I was there? No, I wish I could have, but my mom, like, she did not want to sit down. Like, my mom did not want to sit down. But she was like, the entire trip, my mom was like, go, 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 right? And that included here, which is okay, you know? That's just how my mom is. She doesn't like to sit down. So there was like, we didn't have any time to kind of just like sit, you know? So pretty. Yeah, my mom is a goer. And here's the lilies, the water lilies. the ones he painted. Yeah, my mom was surprised that like it was all old people here. And I told her like, well, yeah, those are kind of the only people that like care enough, you know, to come all the way here to visit. Like, it's, you know, your typical family is not gonna put the Claude Monet gardens or the Claude Monet house on their itinerary. Like, it's only the people that care, you know? It's so gorgeous. Like, just looking at these pictures, it looks like a painting. Like, the way the reflection hits, the way the light hits, you know? So pretty. I was so happy here. I was super happy. I put on like I literally I literally packed an entire cute outfit just for here. Like, I picked my favorite dress. I bought a little sweater. No, the entrance wasn't free, but it wasn't expensive. It was like, I think it was like less than $20 per person. It was like pretty cheap, all things considered. Yeah, like I picked my favorite outfit. I put on jewelry. I like did my hair. I did my makeup all pretty. This is like the highlight of my entire Europe trip for me. Like, I wanted to feel really good. Doesn't this just look like a painting? Like the boats? He has a lot of paintings with these boats too. Made me really happy. Yeah, me and my mom took tons of pictures here. And it was really nice because, like, not to get too personal. I mean, it's my stream, so I guess it's fine. But, I kind of have a complex about the fact that, you know how parents always say that they don't have a favorite kid? Well, like, with my mom, it's very obvious that my sister is the favorite kid, you know? Like, I'm sure she would deny it to hell and back, you know? But it is very obvious that my sister is the favorite kid. It's always been very obvious, you know? And so, there would be moments throughout the trip where I wouldn't say anything because it wouldn't really hit me that bad or anything. But like, I would kind of notice how like she'd be like, "Oh yeah, like, oh your sister would love this," or "Oh, this is just like what your sister likes," or "Your sister this, your sister that." And I would just be kind of thinking like, you know, to myself like, "I like it too, Mom. Like, what about me? Like, do you even know what I like? You know, like kind of like that, right?" And I know part of that is because I'm also kind of like, you know, I'm kind of like a little bit more removed from the family, you know, compared to my sister. My sister's a little bit more involved, right? So I understand that's part of why. But, you know, it was like that kind of feeling of like, you know, Mom, like I like this kind of stuff too, or you know, like don't you know about what I like, Mom, right? So I was trying to kind of use this as an opportunity to kind of like, you know, like open up a little more to my mom. And so I was like trying to tell her like stuff about Claude Monet or about like Impressionist painting and stuff like that, right? Like telling her about painters I like and things like that. So it was I don't know, it was just really cute. Like we took a lot of selfies here. And like the light and the trees here were so fucking gorgeous. Like every picture we took of each other was so pretty. I took a lot of pretty pictures of my mom. And it was cute because like she would like pose me. We took a picture where I was like sitting on the steps of Claude Monet's house, and she was like posing me. She was like, "Oh, move your foot here, and put your foot like this, and oh, like Move your arm a little bit more like this and put your head like... She was like posing me like a doll. It was kind of cute. Yeah, these all look like paintings. Imagine living here. Imagine living here. So this is the outside of Claude Monet's house. Very pretty big house. You know? This fucking lady wouldn't fucking move out of the way. She's giving me that stupid ass look. Yeah, bitch, because I need you to get out of the way so I can take a good picture. I was standing there for like a good couple minutes. And I think she was waiting for me to get out. But I was like standing there, I was like, no, I want a picture. I want to take a picture. Get out of the way. But this is like his kind of like a living room area. A lot of the inside of his house is very colorful. I think this was by a bedroom? Yeah, this was a bedroom. I don't know whose bedroom this was. But this was the view from the bedroom. Imagine this. You wake up and this is the view from your window. I think I would die. I think I would just like die from happiness. It looked like this too, with the frames open. Super pretty. It looked like a painting. It was like a perfect frame. I think this is like a bathroom area? I'm not sure. Oh, and his kitchen. The dining room, rather. The yellow dining room. This is super cute. Very, very cute. He had a lot of his art collection there. So there's a lot of like old Japanese art. This is his kitchen. His kitchen was very cute. All the tiles all around. Apparently he was a big fan of cooking, so spent a lot of time in this kitchen. Those are some chickens that were outside. Very cute. Poulet Monet. Poulet Monet. Very cute chickens. My mom made fun of me for she's like, "What'd you stop and take a picture of?" And I was like, "There's chickens!" And she was like, "Well, there's chickens at home." And I was like, "No, there's not." Oh, this is the lunch we had! This is my mom's and I lunch. We stopped at a little cafe in Giverny. Then we had a little lunch combo. I had a sandwich that was literally just French bread with butter and camembert cheese. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. I like camembert cheese a lot. It was really, really good. It was really filling too. Really, really, really tasty. And then it came with a dessert too. So we got a. Does this have a picture of the creme brulee I got? No, but it has a picture of the cat. I think my digital camera has a picture of the creme brulee. Here's a little hallway. Not a hallway, a gate that I thought was nice. These are just some random pictures I took around the neighborhood. Like, this place just looked like this. Like, it just casually looked like this. Some little steps. It really is. The whole place really is a painting. This is a little bus stop. That was really cute to me. My favorite part of the Monet house is probably honestly, the outside. Mentioned the restoration. No, there wasn't any guide or anything like that. Welcome! Oh, I guess I took a picture of this guy. Oh, and then I actually didn't know that this was there, but so you basically you walk all the way to like the top of kind of like the hill. It's not a very steep hill; it's a very low hill, and there's this very old church, very old church. And right there, on the side of the church, is Claude Monet's and his family's tombs. That's where he's buried, right there. This is the tomb of Claude Monet and his family. It was very nice to be able to see it. It's on a hill, and it's like I've never seen like a cemetery like this, like right next to a church. Like I had seen it in like fiction, but I'd never seen it in real life. There it is. It wasn't anything like crazy special, but it was nice to know that he was buried right there, close to his home. This is what the rest of the cemetery looked like on the little hill. Nothing crazy, you know? This is the view from the church, from the hill. That's what the little church looked like. I didn't go inside. I don't think you could. I'm not sure if you could. Oh, this is the little cafe where me and my mom ate. I guess I didn't include the picture of the creme brulee. Sorry. And then that's the tour bus! Yippee! Well, it's not our tour bus, but it's a different one. We were on a little open air shuttle. Let me see if there's any pictures on my phone left. There's a cat I pet. I was so cat deficient. This cat was so cute, and I was so excited because it was an orange cat. There's that painting store. Okay, that's for later. That picture's for later. There's the Giverny station. Some houses on the way. Some of the countryside. Just very pretty. Very pretty. Just some houses. I took some random pictures. Some cute little houses on the way. So, afterwards, I thought the store was cute. Afterwards, me and my mom, sorry, my knee really hurts. After we got back from Giverny, me and my mom decided to, she wanted to take me to what she called the Latin Quarter, in Paris. I don't remember exactly what the actual name for it is. But she wanted to take me there because I guess it was more of like a kind of like an artist neighborhood. I think it's where like a lot of the burlesque stuff is, like the Moulin Rouge, I think. This is called the Latin Quarter. Oh, I guess so. Yeah. But she wanted to take me. This was a store there. She wanted to take me there. I was really tired, but she was like, "Oh, I really want to go with you. Like, we'll just have like a little coffee or something, right?" I'm looking at the rest of my pictures. Hold on. It's just a little ice cream shop. There was this really nice view. You could kind of see everything. I like that a lot. It's nice. Yeah, it was this. Which church was this? I don't remember anymore. I guess that was it. The Montmartre. We went in here. I don't know if I took pictures of the inside though. I went into so many churches, you guys. And in every single church we would step into, my mom would she would hush, like hurry me over to the freaking holy water. And in Spanish it's called persinarse, like persinar, when you do that like cross thing with your fingers and then you do the cross on your chest and head. What is it called in English? What is that called in English? Does anybody know? Blessing? Sign of the cross? Pray? No. Sign of the cross? Is that another thing where like there's a word for it in Spanish but not in English? Persinar in English. Persinar in English means to cross oneself or to make the sign of the cross. Interesting. She would do that to me, like, with holy water. And then we would always stay, like, we'd be walking around the church and then she'd be like, "Oh, mono, hold on. They're about to do the blessing, So we would, like, stand there quietly. They would do, like, the priest would do the blessing, right? It would be, like, during mass. The priest would do the blessing and then she'd be like, persínate. And then we would leave. Every single time. There was some cool graffiti. I thought this one was cute. Oh! There was a lot of this shit. The fucking Mona Lisa dabbing. I had to take a picture. I had to take a picture. I did not buy one. I did not buy one. Da Vinci, if his art was good. There were a lot of painters there. It was kind of cool. You could sit down and get your portrait painted here. When me and my mom sat down to have some coffee. We had some like fancy little coffee drinks at a little like Parisian cafe. And we had some drinks. I forget what hers was called. But it was like meringue with like fruit. I forget what hers was called. And then I had a crepe Suzette, I think, which is like, it's like a crepe with like orange liqueur. It was really strong. And I kept eating it slowly because it was really strong. And she's like, "Oh, you didn't like it? Oh, you didn't like it? Oh, you didn't like it?" I'm like, "No, Mom, I liked it. This is really strong." Yeah, here's where people would get their portraits painted. Okay, but while we were here, actually, while we were sitting here, a street artist rolled up, and he started like buttering the hell out of my mom. He's like talking about like how beautiful my mom is, blah 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 blah, and he like asks me, and he's like talking about how beautiful I am, and blah 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 blah. And like praising me and complimenting me. He's like calling us like beautiful up and down, right? Like just like praising us and calling us like super beautiful, blah 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 blah. And he's like, "Oh, is she your sister?" Like blah, and I'm like, "No, that's my mother." And he's like, "Oh, your mother," you know, like blah 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 blah, you know. And then he asked me like, "Oh, how old are you?" Blah, yeah, you like getting like completely glazed up. And then he starts drawing me. He starts like asking me to smile and starts drawing me as I'm eating, and I'm like, "Okay, this is kind of cute, whatever." And then he draws me. He shows me the drawing he does. It's like a portrait of me, like caricature style. He drew me pretty, right? And then I'm like, "Oh, thank you. Can I take a picture?" And then he's like, "No, but you can buy it for 40 euros. And I was like, 40? I was like, 40? I didn't even want to say, like, I felt bad. Like, I didn't even want to say, like, "Bro, I could draw this better than you." Like, no offense. No offense. And then like yeah, 40. And my mom was like, "Nope, nope, nope, nope." And then he was like, "Oh, 30. Nope. Oh, 20. Nope. Oh, 10. Nope. 5. Nope." I didn't want the drawing. I didn't want it. Like, just the fact that like you started asking that much money was just like, "Nah, bro, you keep your shit. You keep your shit." So we just made him walk away. But it was cute while it lasted. It was cute while it lasted. And there's the other street. I thought this weird bird bug was kind of interesting. Some stickers. La la. I thought this was cute. What sticker did you see? Oh, that one. Why is that Space Invader French? I don't know, man. These were some steps that were like outside of where we were. And this is at a church. I don't remember which church this is in. It must have been inside this one, actually. I think this is when we went inside the church. Ow. Let me see what pictures I have on my phone here. Oh, I'm getting a little tired. I think we might have to make this a two-part stream, you guys. My butt's starting to hurt from sitting down for once. Actually, speaking of my butt hurting, I gotta go take a potty break. I'll be right back. I'll be right back. Hold on. sorry. My tummy was hurting. Ugh. Am I okay now? I like feel a little bit. So let's find a good stopping point. But I didn't want to stop before telling you guys about the rest of my... kind of like the rest of my time with my mom. Because so... while we were here and everything, right? Like we had a really good time together, and it's like me and my mom don't really spend a lot of time one-on-one, you know? It's surprising because we're very similar. Here's some of the things we saw in the churches. Very pretty church. I thought this one was really cool. Yeah, the spot was really cool. There was just people like playing music, hanging out, drinking. Yeah, I think it meant a lot to the both of us, honestly. 'Cause we were... oh wait, there's other pictures I want to show you here. Look at this. This is made out of chocolate. Look at this. This is made completely out of chocolate. My mom works with chocolate, so she was stoked to see this. It was really cute. It was really, really cute. And then we saw the huge croissant. My in-joke with my sister the entire trip, especially the entire time we were in France, was like, I would be like, damn, my croissant hurts. Or like if it was raining, I'd be like, damn, my croissant's all wet. Or like if it was hot, I'd be like, my croissant's all sweaty. Or my croissant hurts. we'd be making that fucking joke the whole time. I'd be like, me duele el croissant. Tengo el croissant bien mojado. Tengo el croissant bien sudado. And then like once it would like cool down, I'd be like, ya se me secó el croissant. Like, and my croissant dried off. But yeah, this thing was huge. It was enormous. It was enormous. Anyway, what I wanted to talk about with like seeing my mom and like hanging out with my mom was on the subway ride back to the hotel, because we spent like all day out. We kind of just started talking a little bit because I didn't want to bring up the stuff with my stepdad, but it came up at the end. It came up at the very end, right? And I could tell she was really bothered by the whole thing too, because she was mentioning to me that we weren't the only ones getting ignored and getting treated like shit. He was treating her like shit. He was ignoring her too, right? He was being an asshole to her too the whole time too. She was feeling really frustrated, and she was like confided in me that like part of kind of like what made her break down was that my stepdad, like he threw his little fit, and then he kind of just like left my mom on her own. He just kind of like abandoned her to go like hang out with his son. and left my mom on her own. And my mom, she was telling me that, like, because my mom and him have traveled to like 40 something different countries in the world. They've traveled all over the world together. But she says that when they travel, she basically just kind of follows along to whatever he plans everything, and she just follows along, you know? So she was kind of telling me that, like, she, you know, when he left her on her own, she freaked out. She didn't know what to do. Because she had never, like, traveled alone. She had never done this stuff alone. And I had to remind her, I was like, Mom, like, you know you're incredibly capable, right? Like, basically I was telling her, like, you've never needed a man to guide the way for you. You've never needed anything like that. Because I had to remind her, I was like, Mom, like, you brought me and my sister to the United States, like, on your own, you know, by yourself. Like, you know, we crossed the border, and you did that. You know, the house that you have, that's all you. Like, racing us, all you. You know, there wasn't really a man in the picture for the majority of that, right? The business that she has, all by herself. Like, all the things that she's, like, you know, she sent her, you know, she sent my sister to school. Like, cars that she's had, house that she has, everything has been on her own. And I just kind of had to remind her, I was like, Mom, you are more than capable. You've always been capable. In fact, it was my mom, and she knows this. I've told her, and I told her again. Like, it was my mom that inspired me to quit my office job to pursue, like, doing something creative full time. Like, if it wasn't for my mom, I wouldn't be here. Because, like, it was like, because of how she succeeded on her own, right? That I was inspired, and that I thought, like, hey, my mom did it, so why can't I? And I told her, I was like, to be honest, like, you know, sometimes I feel a little bit of shame for being, you know, your only daughter that isn't married, doesn't have a house, doesn't have a fancy career. Because my sister's a civil engineer. You know, my sister makes a lot of money. My sister's married. My sister has a house. My sister drives a nice car. And I'm kind of the opposite, you know? I've always been struggling. Not married. Don't have a nice house. Don't have a house at all. Just have a little apartment, you know? It's only until this year that I managed to move out of a fucking closet, right? Don't necessarily have a high-paying job or anything. I'm doing something that makes me happy. But, you know, I'm still living paycheck to paycheck, you know? And I told her I do have a little bit of, like, shame. You know, that, like, I kind of feel like a disappointment sometimes. That, like, you know, I'm this old and you know, I haven't really been able to, like, be a stellar example of a daughter, right? And she was very sweet with me. She, like, you know, reassured me that she's like, you never needed to be married and have kids and have a house by now. She says, and if you never want to, then, you know, then that's okay too. And I think she was in a very, like, I think she was in a mood because she was basically like, she was like, as you can see, all men are trash anyway. I was like, oh, okay, Mom. So she was like, you know, if you ever just want to, you know, if you just want to spend the rest of your life focusing on yourself, that's okay too. And I was like, oh, I see. I think she was definitely in a mood, you know? from all this stuff with my stepdad. And sorry, you guys. Sorry. But but it was just kind of nice, you know. I told her about like the really like deep depression I had for a while, and how rough living in that studio was for me, and then the years before that, even, you know, how rough everything was on me. How I felt like I ended up wasting a lot of my 20s and just spending them depressed, right? It was like, I think it was like one of the first times that like we kind of had a talk as like the both of us, like adult women. Like, it was really nice because it was kind of like the first time that I think, at least like to me, that it felt like my mom was seeing me like as an adult woman, you know? My mom tends to baby me a lot. So it was kind of nice that, like, you know, for that moment, she really saw me like as an adult woman. And it was really nice. I don't know. We walked away from yeah, we walked away from that feeling like, I think, a lot more bonded. And it's funny because like after that day, she was a lot like more patient with me. She was a lot more like patient with like when I would be like complaining about like the pain in my feet. She'd be a lot more patient because like up until that point, whenever I would complain about like my feet hurting, she would just kind of roll her eyes and like, you know, just kind of be like, oh, you can't handle anything, right? But I think afterwards she kind of like realized like, oh, you know, she's not just a kid complaining, like, you know. It was really nice. She was like a lot more mindful. It was really sweet. I think that's where I want to wrap up for today. I'm tired and there's so much left. I'm fucking exhausted and there is so much left. That is only like not even halfway through the trip. I'm tired. Yeah, it's been a hell of a trip, hasn't it? Hasn't it? Yeah, we have like 2.5 countries left. There's still like, this is only halfway through the time in France. There's still the time in Rome and in Egypt. So we'll have a part 2 tomorrow, I guess. It was stressful, but it's like, how could it not have been? You know what I mean? How could it not have been stressful? Like, it's 6 people, 6 very different people with very different travel styles, very different personalities, you know? Like, shit was bound to hit the wall, you know? Yeah, I was in pain the whole trip. You know, but it's fine. It's fine. Pain goes away. My feet don't hurt anymore. It's fine. Right? Yeah, it's a big group. it's a huge group. Like, the pain goes away, you know, yeah, I have, you know, yeah, my stomach is fucking dying. And... and I, you know, at least the medicine I got some medicine, what's it called? Imodium? It's working, it seems to be working pretty well. And I'm very hydrated right now. Very hydrated right now. Habibi in my tummy. Yeah, the thing that I have come out of this trip with is that my stepdad has like he has fucked up bad in my eyes. And I'm trying to organize my feelings because I would like to confront him about it. But he is like, he already wasn't like, he wasn't like super low on my list, but he wasn't super high. But now he's like on the shit list, you know? But I can be really emotional with these things, so I don't want to just like confront him and just be completely emotional. You know what I mean? Because then it hurts my mom too. Like, if I just hit him with emotions, with raw emotions, then it just hurts my mom too. Would he be receptive to confrontation? I don't know. There is a time once, the last time I confronted him was before it was when I still lived with my mom. It was like a good 10 something years ago. When my sister still lived with my mom too. We all still lived at home, and we saw a stray dog. Not a stray dog, but like a lost dog. On the street. And our dog had just passed away like a couple months ago, so our backyard was like, you know, there was no dogs in the backyard. So we decided to grab the dog, keep it in the backyard overnight, and then in the morning we were gonna take it to the vet so we could check the microchip, because the vet was already closed. So in the morning we were just gonna keep it in the backyard overnight, you know, give it some food, give it some water, and then go get its microchip checked out in the morning. Well, that day my stepdad threw the biggest fit, and to this day I don't really understand why. But at this point, my stepdad had already been like, he already had moved in with my mom and us for like, you know, a year or two. And he threw such a fit that he started packing all of his things. And he decided he was moving out that day because he was so upset about the dog in the backyard. And of course my mom was destroyed, you know? Because like all of us, yeah, it was like a baby tantrum. Like all of a sudden, he was like, I'm moving out. Like I'm not gonna live here anymore. And I got so mad. I called him and I bitched him out so much. I was like, are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you really going to like, you know, pull this like over this? Like, you're really gonna hurt my mom like this? Like, and I've never forgotten that. I've never forgotten how he acted. And it like, it's really disappointing that like 10 years later, he hasn't changed that much, you know? So like, I'll confront him again if I have to, but I don't want to hurt my mom. So I think I need to like let the feelings chill. I think I need to let like a month or two or more pass, you know? And let everything cool down. And then talk to them about it. But on the bright side too, like my mom and I got closer. I feel like my sister and I got closer. And like my sister and I and her husband, like now he feels like a big brother, you know? Like now her husband really kind of feels like family. He always was. But like now he really kind of feels like family, you know? As for my stepdad and his son, I feel much more distant from them now. But everybody else, I feel better. My sister also crossed with your stepdad. Oh my god, yeah. Probably even more than I am. She really doesn't like him. And he doesn't like her. I don't think my stepdad likes my sister at all. I think I'm like the only one he liked. But he might not like me anymore after everything. But yeah, you know, I know I complained a lot on Discord and everything, but it wasn't a bad trip, you know? It was a rough trip. But it was just like, it was a lot of growing up for everybody in a lot of different ways, you know? Anyway. Yeah, I mean, you know, learning lessons is always kind of rough. It's true. Would I do another European tour if it was on my own terms? Probably, yeah. I definitely would, yeah. There's a lot of stuff I didn't get to see. There's a lot of stuff I did see, but like, we mostly just kind of hit the famous stuff, you know? Like, we mostly just hit the landmarks and really didn't go beneath the surface, you know? My sister's husband seems nice. We've had our fights. He's nice to me now, but he used to be an asshole. Like, he's made me cry a couple times. He's been an asshole to me before. I think he's a little nicer to me now. I think he takes me a little bit more seriously now, you know? Mm-hmm. For how I've grown myself, I think I feel the same, but I'm sure I changed a lot too, you know? So I guess time will tell. Time will tell where I grew up the most, you know? Anyway, I'm tired, you guys. I've been up since 4 in the morning because of the jet lag. Has me waking up at crazy hours, and at least my stomach is doing a lot better today than it had been. Yesterday was kind of miserable. Today's a little better. That morning walk I had was really nice though. That was a really nice walk. I'll probably try and go on another one tomorrow or something. So thank you guys for joining me. I will see you, I don't know, the same for tomorrow at the same time. tomorrow, same time as today. Hopefully we can get through the rest of the trip. I was getting a little tired today, so I was like starting to skip out on some stories. And I'd rather tell you guys all the silly stories. So, yeah. Pikmin Bloom. I don't have any space on my phone. My phone is so full right now with pictures that like it keeps rebooting. Have fun with your grandma. I want to say before I go, thank you so much for all the moshus you guys sent. Throughout 2 weeks I was gone. I'm really happy you guys really like the VODs on the side tube. I'm just gonna keep them up. I'm just gonna keep them up until I use the side tube next. Since it seems like you guys really enjoyed them. So I'll just keep the side tube up with my VODs until I just have to like use it next. Yeah, thank you so much for all the art that you guys posted. Thank you so much for everything. Thank you so much for watching all the highlights. I hope you guys enjoyed seeing highlights made by Ayakos this time, as well as Papedo. And yeah. Let's try and ease back into the normal now. I'm really happy to just kind of be back to normalcy, you know? So let's try and ease back. Yeah. So I'll see you guys tomorrow. Same time. And then yeah, let's just get back into the usual next week. Thanks for being so patient with me. I missed you guys a lot. I missed you. The shrimp break card. Alright. I love you guys. Alt curry! Mwah! Mwah! Alright, let's see who we should go right off into. I guess we'll go over to Chiaki. He's playing Miku Boxing. Love you! Bye bye!